Okay, Travis says we're ready to go. Thank you, everybody, for joining us in the City Council chambers tonight here in Spanish Fork City on May 5th, 2026 for City Council meeting. We appreciate your involvement in your community. We appreciate the Cub Scouts here for sure. Thanks for being here. That's good stuff. And we'll get started with our council meeting like we always do with a prayer motivational message and then the pledge. Councilman Euler has our prayer motivational message assignment tonight.
Don't see Brian. Oh, he is there. Okay. Brian, I've invited my good friend Brian Chapman to come and do that for us tonight.
You want some walk-up music?
I didn't know walk-up music. Come on, Shane.
I know.
So Councilman Euler asked me to come and just give a little bit of information about an activity that's happening in Spanish Fork this weekend. Sorry, I just ran up. The Utah Sheriff's Honorary Colonels is an organization that is basically a 501c3 that helps the Sheriff's Office here in Utah County as we do things like training K-9 units, as we do the Sheriff's Teachers Academy to help train teachers on how to deal with issues that arise that may need kind of more specialized training with dangerous situations, guns, issues like that. And this Saturday, we're actually hosting a fundraiser at the Spanish Fork Gun Club titled Shoot with the Sheriff. It's actually even co-named with Carol Ford, who was one of our great residents here in Spanish Fork that founded it and that passed away a couple years ago. And she was just such an inspiration and such a big help in the Sheriff's Office that we named it after her as the Carol Ford Memorial Shoot with the Sheriff. We'd love to have anyone that's listening or any of you to come. It's a great opportunity to support the Sheriff's Office and to support the men and women who are making a huge difference in our community. And with that, I was asked to give an invocation. Our dear Heavenly Father, we're so very grateful for the opportunities we have in this country to have officials like the city council members and mayor in front of us that can represent our communities. We're so very grateful for the freedoms we have in this country, for the people who serve us in so many different ways, for those in law enforcement, for those working on the front lines of even public works and other departments throughout our communities that have given so much to make our communities such a great place to live. We're grateful for this community, for Spanish Fork, for the residents, and for those who have been so important in making Spanish Fork a great place. We ask for a special blessing tonight upon our city council and our staff and our mayor and those who are coming to speak and to discuss the issues that are affecting our community, that they can be filled with thy spirit, that they can make the right decisions, and that we can have good, honest, and strong discussion that meets the needs of our community. And Father, we ask for these blessings and continued blessings upon our community and our nation, and safety for those who are protecting us here and across the world. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Brian.
Can the audience please arise? Pledge with me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for participating in that with us, and thank you for that information, Brian. Next, our recognition section of the agenda, we have some very special guests that are the new Spanish Fork royalty that will be introduced to us, and then the Just Serve portion of our meeting. So, Spanish Fork royalty.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. What's it been now? A month or two ago, we had our Miss Spanish Fork pageant here at Spanish Fork High School down the street, and it was fantastic. And so we have a new royalty, and I wanted to, the council mayor wanted to introduce them to you, the city, and I thought this is just a perfect opportunity to do that. Led by our amazing director, Jen Olson. She's here. Jen, if you don't mind raising your hand, just so we know you are. You do so much for the city and for the program, so thank you. And then, royalty, do you mind coming to the front, and then I'll just introduce you by name, and then we'd love to just, hear a little opening thought from each of you. So I'll just go backwards here. We have third attendant Daisy Finley. Raise your hand so we all know you. Can introduce you. Okay, thank you.
Got the wave down, ready for the parade.
Daisy, you ready? Second attendant Ava Cunningham. Okay, perfect. And then we have first attendant Paisley Keller, right there in the pink. And then our Queen Miss Spanish Fork for this next year is Callie McGuire. And if you have a thought, we'd love to hear anything, maybe a little bit about your CSI or what a CSI is, or just your platform for a second, each of you, or just the Queen, whatever you'd like, and then we'll do a picture, and
Perfect. Okay, so like Landon said, I am Callie McGuire, and I'm so excited to be your new Miss Spanish Fork. Something that's really special is this is actually our 100th year as in the Miss Spanish Fork program. So all of us, we have our gold crowns, which is super different and super special. And my CSI, so what a CSI is it's called your Community Service Initiative. So it's a problem in the community that you want to help to solve and work with. And so mine is called Supporting Your Heroes, and it is involved with police officers and law enforcement here in Spanish Fork. And so this was inspired because I actually had an uncle who was in Spanish Fork for a really, really long time in the police department. His name was Phil Nilsson. And my brother, he recently just joined our department here as well, and his name is Trevor McGuire. And my goal is to really just make sure that our police officers know that there is a community here and that they should feel safe and they should feel comfortable going to talk to anyone that they need to, and also that our community members feel like they can talk to our police officers as well and have a personal connection with them. So.
Anybody else?
That's okay. Well, before we do a picture, I just wanted to just reiterate. Yeah, this is the 100th year of Miss Spanish Fork, so we now have 100 Miss Spanish Forks who've gone.
We can't guarantee we have 100 Miss Spanish Forks.
Close though, right?
It's a 100-year tradition.
Yeah, but there's quite a few.
There's quite a few. There's a few years we can't find, so we just.
Fair enough.
Soon we had them.
Say 100 Miss Spanish.
Yeah.
Like it.
Nobody.
Well, regardless, we look forward to spending time with you all this year at all the different fun events, and look forward to all of your service and seeing your picture, up out here on the wall here soon. That's still happening, right, Jen?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
We just have to wait until they're done.
Excellent.
Okay.
And and so thank you for being with us this evening. Could we do a picture, Mayor? Would that be okay?
You bet. You come right up here.
Perfect.
And yes, give them a round of applause.
Here we go. Thank you.
Thank you, girls. Thank you for coming. Yeah, appreciate it. Very good stuff. Thank you, Councilman Took. Thank you, Miss Spanish Fork, and her attendants. Some good work already put in since being crowned, and lots of work ahead. So fun summer ahead. Okay, takes us to our Just Serve section of the agenda tonight. Are you taking that over, Jack?
All right, Council. Well, as you know, Spanish Fork is a Just Serve city, and what that means is that we offer opportunities to serve, and we recognize those who have served in our community. A couple times a year, we award Just Serve heroes. This is difficult to do in Spanish Fork because there are so many people who volunteer their time. There's a real spirit of volunteerism and service here. So to just recognize a few people each time, I mean, we're talking about the best of the best. So with that in mind, we've got the Davises here, who are the Just Serve specialists for Spanish Fork area. And we'll go ahead and turn the time over to Stacy Beck to recognize our first Just Serve hero.
Okay, thank you, Jack. It's fun because the council, we're the ones that kind of nominate different people. And the person that I wanted to nominate, I knew she had like this long list. So I had to text her and say, can you send me a bio? So Becky Knepper, can you come up to the podium right here while I read all the cool things about you? I would dare say that each one of the councilmen would agree with me that the best part of serving on the council is getting to know the people in our community. Correct? Hands down, it's the best. It's what I will miss the most. And Becky, you and I have met just in the last decade of both of us serving, right? So I want to read, we kind of condensed it, and I want to read what you sent me because it's just really, really special. And I just want you to know how much we appreciate your service, not only in our community and our state, but in our nation. So she was in the United States Army from 1974 to 2001. She has served as the second vice commander and the historian of the American Legion Post 68. In 2020, she was elected the commander of Post 68, the first female elected to that office. She served as commander from March 2020 through June 2023. She currently serves as the adjutant, is that how you say that, adjutant, for District 4, member of for the Finance Committee, and co-chair for both District 4 and Department of Utah American Legion. She is a member of the Spanish Fork Post 68 Richard Johnson Freedom Walk Committee. I think that's where you and I met years ago. Ambassador for the state of Utah for the Military Women's Memorial, Arlington National Cemetery, Arlington, Virginia. She has served in several chapters of the Association of the United States Army, to include Secretary of Non-Commissioned Office and Enlisted Affairs, National Headquarters. She has served as an election judge in St. Louis, Missouri, Dakota Dunes, South Dakota, and Spanish Fork, Utah. She is a past captain of the Beehive Camp of the Daughters of the Utah Pioneers and currently serves as the Beehive Camp lesson leader. She was an assistant Cub Scout master for 3 years. She has served in many callings in her church and continues to serve to this day. Geez, are you so proud of yourself? Can we all give Becky a big round of applause? And stay up here. We want to get a picture as well. Do you want to have your husband? Did he come with you? Yes. No? Okay. Okay. All right.
Here we go.
Thank you, Becky.
Thank you, Becky.
Thank you, Becky.
Becky, anything you'd like to say, feel free.
Well, I really appreciate this award. Part of why I do what I do here is because this community put up with me through my teenage years. They welcomed me with open arms 14 years ago when my husband and I moved back here after we retired from the military. And I just want to give back. And I appreciate having such a wonderful community to give back to. Thank you very much for the award.
Thank you, Becky.
Okay, and we'll have the second awardee recognized by Jesse Carden.
Thank you, Jack. Heidi, do you want to come up to the podium, please? All right, I'm going to read a little statement that we have here, too. And it says, Heidi Roberry has served as an advisor for the Youth City Council for the last 7 years. And if you guys know, working with teenagers, over 60 of them at a time for 7 years, that's a lot longer than 7 years. She's been a good example of responding to a simple invitation to help, not knowing what it would turn into, countless hours and many years of dedication to this community. She volunteers her time serving approximately 60 Youth City Council members at a time. She meets regularly with them and plans and carries out service activities. Heidi is from Spanish Fork, and her favorite part of serving with the youth is seeing them get involved, show interest in the community. She is very impressed with the youth she has served with, and said that their ideas are mind-blowing. Her kids, sometimes 2 at a time, have been part of the Youth City Council during her tenure as an advisor. And I think not only this, if you've been to any of our Fiesta Days activities, the Youth City Council is always there, and Heidi is there as well. So not only are the youth there doing the service, Heidi makes sure that it's happening. And so when we were asked about nominees for this Just Serve award, it was a no-brainer for me to nominate Heidi. So thank you, Heidi.
We need a picture too. Yeah.
Do you want to come up?
Your family come up. Gotcha. That's all right. He's a maker.
Look at that smile. He's happy to be here.
That's right. All right, here we go.
Heidi, you want to say anything? Sure.
Okay. So yes, I'm crazy. I work with teens. But I couldn't do it without an amazing city supporting us and asking us to do service and having rooms for us to do things in. And the kids, they're so willing, they're so amazing. And the other women that I work with that are there as much as they can be, it's very rewarding. When I was in high school, I always wanted to be part of Youth City Council, and I could never figure out how to do it. So I guess I'm getting my time in. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Heidi.
Thank you, Heidi.
Great job. Bug, with our Just Serve representatives here, are you guys okay to come up for one more picture with our Just Serve representatives and get you guys in a picture with us? Is that okay? All of you come up. Come on up. Come on.
Should we have the royalty come up too?
No,
Never mind.
Hey, here we go.
Thank you, guys. Thanks again.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
Good job. Great program, and recognizing great people like Becky and Heidi are such a good thing to do in communities, in our community as well. The signs, Uncle Richard, are in my office, in the mayor's office, that Just Serve yard signs. So we'll get those out that invites people to that QR code and everything. And I saw them in there today. So there's some signs in there, and we'll get them out. So
Are those for the winner, the recipients?
I don't think they go in their yard. It's not like yard of the week.
Okay.
No, it's not like that. But it is a place. There's signs we can put around the community showing that we're a Just Serve city.
Got it.
So
It's a big banner they put on the front door. Instead
Yeah.
of Dawn's, it says Just Serve.
yeah.
Thank you, Davises, for your efforts in this.
Yep. That's always on the end.
You
Yeah.
can't reach me.
That's why they put them by me. Yeah, I will.
I see we have two councilmen attending our meetings, former councilmen today, and that always makes me nervous. We had a mayor a couple of weeks ago, and now councilmen. We got people looking at us. That's pretty good. Okay, great part of our meeting again for the recognitions portion. Thank you all for coming, and thank you to your families for supporting your good family members as well. What a good thing to do. Takes us to the public comment section of our meeting. This is where the public can address the mayor and council, ask us a question if you'd like, or bring up something to our attention. Try to keep it. Jack's got the 3-minute timer up there. Try to keep it to that if you can, so we can get everybody in. But feel free. This is the public comment section of council meeting. Feel free to come up and address the mayor and council if you'd like.
Chad Argal, Spanish Fork. Before you start my time, I'd like to make a comment about Heidi and the youth council. I was over that for a while, and I was always so proud because they'd how many youth do you have? And we had 40 or 50 or 60 youth, and they were so involved. And Heidi's a big part of that, the reason that our students in our community come and be a part of that. And when we'd go up to the legislation session, we'd have to have 7 or 8 tables. And of course, Seth was always good to reserve all those tables, and they were there and active and part of that. Such a blessing for our community. It was such a good part to serve that. Go ahead, start. Thank you. Mayor, Council, I just want to real quick thank you, of course, for your time served in our community. It's important to me as I watch the legislative session and the comments and our representatives up there. I always see a picture of you, and it does my heart good to know you're up there watching us. And I know Seth is always there during that session, keeping a thumb on that state so they don't get too oppressive about our city and try to take over our cities. And thank you, Seth, for your time and efforts. I know you spend a lot of time there, but it does my heart good to see you guys. When I do see a picture of you, there's usually a picture of some or all of you. So thank you for that time, because I know that's extra time served. I just have 2 quick things I wanted to bring to the attention of the council. One of our responsibilities is to keep our citizens safe in our community. And there are 5 homes in our community in a large building that are abandoned, and there are things going on in these homes and buildings that are bad and evil, and I just want them bring them to your attention. They need to be tore down. They need to be taken care of. They're not the first city that I've come to when I worked for the phone company. I always run across one of these abandoned buildings. I know their colors. I know their signs. And there's bad things going on in these buildings, and they need to be taken care of. I also just want to make sure diligence about our residential. We have residential and commercial areas for a reason. Keeping those commercial trucks out of our residential area, people doing businesses. We have kids on scooters and bikes, and they're going so fast, and I just think it's a matter of time before we let one of these commercial, and I know none of them would all want to do that. Was my biggest fear driving a commercial truck, was to hit a child. But they're in our residential areas, and they don't need to be parking these commercial trucks or running their businesses. We have home businesses, I know, but be vigilant about that, keeping these trucks out of our residential areas. I know they don't, and I don't want to ever have that experience, but it's important that we do have residential and commercial areas for things. Thanks, and thank you guys, the directors and departments. You're vital to everything that goes on in this community. I just thank you for everything you do and the service you do. It's been a tender week. And when you go through some of those things, the gratitude of this community and those who reached out, I want to say thanks to that. My father-in-law served 89 years in this community and run a business and did a good thing, and we had a lot of people reach out to us and express they're grateful for him and his service to this community. He was a big part of it, and thank you for those that did. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Chad.
you, Chad.
Thanks, Chad.
Chad, can you do us a favor and email the council the addresses of the homes that you're talking about?
You betcha.
Thank you.
I'll do that. Somebody specific?
Just the council.
Just okay.
You should know the email.
Yeah.
Probably still getting them.
It's an important night. You guys have a lot on your agenda, but I need to excuse myself, but I will watch. So just in case he puts a tie on.
All right. Good.
Thanks, Chad.
Thank you, Chad.
This is a little tall for me. Hello. It's nice to be back in front of the greatest city in Utah County.
We go.
In front of all these people.
Utah County?
Utah.
Greatest city in Utah County. And Utah.
Thank you, Elaine.
And Florida.
Yeah.
You mean the nation?
Did I make a point now? Okay. So I'm Elaine Hansen. Hello. And I would like to take this opportunity to introduce all of you, whom I love, to my cousin, David Spencer, who is running for county commissioner. and cares about great cities, small government, families, safety, less taxes, all the things that we stand for here in Spanish Fork and that I love and miss. So if it's appropriate, can he come and talk and say hello, and you can stop my time?
He can get his 3 minutes. Yeah.
Anyway, I just want to say hello to all of you, and I was going to just bring you his little flyer so you remember his face, but he's my cousin. We're Norwegians. Anyway, thank you. I love you all.
Thank you, Elaine.
Thanks, Elaine.
So I'm David Spencer, and I'm running for County Commissioner Seat B. A little history with me. I've been on the Orem City Council for the last 12 years, and I ran for City Council to save the baseball fields in Orem. So in 12 years, the baseball fields are still there, so at least I accomplished something while I was on the council. But while I was on the council, in those 12 years, not one time did a county commissioner come to Orem and ask us what our needs were. And I think that needs to change because every city has a need. I was out in Saratoga Springs. Their needs are totally different than Orem or in Spanish Fork. So I want to meet with the mayor and the council of every city and see what your needs are. And I believe that Utah County, we're fractured, we're fragmented because we're not all on the same page as cities, right? So if we can get on the same page and we have that power, we can go to the legislature and make sure we can get the money for Utah County that we need. I believe that the leadership in the legislature right now is in Davis County, and they're getting most of the money, right? So we need to make sure that we fight for the money for Utah County, and we can help our cities in Utah County. Also, the tourism dollars, we need to make sure that the tourism dollars are available for each city and not just Provo, right? So we need to make sure it's fair. We're not picking winners and losers, but I'm here to serve. I love serving on the city council, and I appreciate what you guys do because I love communicating with the citizens and fixing things and making sure things are right for them. But I love to serve, and hopefully I can gain your trust and vote. And I'm David Spencer, and thank you.
Thank you, David. Thanks for coming down.
And thank you for Elaine. I mean, she's awesome. I don't think she ever sleeps. But
No, she doesn't.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
So, why did you want to get elected?
Oh. Is you asking that to Shane?
You.
Okay.
That's a good question for him.
That's a
You,
good
Mr.
question.
Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Why did I want to get elected?
Can you tell us your name first?
Yeah.
My name is Arthur.
Arthur.
Phillips.
Yeah, Phillips. I actually don't live in Spanish Fork.
Do you live close by?
Yeah, I live in Mona.
Mona's a good place too. We like Mona. Yep. Thanks for coming up here to Spanish Fork. We appreciate it.
Welcome.
I think Councilwoman Beck touched on it, that the reason why I wanted to get elected was to give back to a city that helped raise me, and you heard those people that got those awards tonight, that how much the city meant to them, and so they felt like volunteering was a way to give back. And I feel like this is another form of volunteering, is getting elected to public office and giving back to the community that you love. So that's the main reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. And to meet kids like you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thanks. Do you have a question?
Thanks. Thanks for answering my question, Mr. Mayor.
You're very welcome. Thanks for coming to our meeting.
We're from PAC 72. We meet at ALA, and this is our Webelos and Arrow of Light combined group.
Very good. Very good.
Thanks
and
for
Lisa,
coming.
right?
Lisa Ridge and Naomi.
Naomi. Thank you for coming. And who's the other? What's the names of the others?
Sandra and Talmadge.
Yes.
And yeah, I don't know.
Troop what?
We are
Okay,
from
we're from PAC 72.
PAC 72.
And we're really the leaders for 4th and 5th graders.
Yeah.
PAC 72 serves from kindergarten through 5th grade, boys and girls. You don't have to be a student at ALA to go. You just come and have fun. Next Saturday, we're doing a Pinewood Derby. We can't wait to get our cars racing. Some of the things that are coming up are a canoe trip and a swimming trip and a fishing activity. So those are some of the fun things that we're doing this summer. And come join us if you want.
Very cool.
And the one on the Pinewood Derby on Saturday is the open to the public one, right?
It is.
Lisa,
I can come race a car.
let me ask you, Lisa, how long have you been involved in scouting? Because we've seen you here quite a few times.
30 years.
Oh, wow.
Just a hop.
It was a calling for church, and then I have found that Cub Scouts is my happy place, so that's where I still am.
Good for you.
Anyway.
Awesome. Good for you.
One of her, perhaps her best child, works for us.
Yeah.
My favorite son works for Spanish Fork City.
Saw him earlier today. Yes.
Probably.
Good man. I call him every time my computer does something, and he just fixes it. It's great. It's
I
very,
thought, well, that's what I do.
yeah.
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
for your
coming.
service.
Yeah, appreciate it. Very good stuff. Anybody else for the public comment section of the agenda? Richard, you're here. Anything you need to say? Nothing you need to get off your chest? Okay. Tamara tells me you're Tamara tells me you're yelling at the TV sometimes.
I need another elliptical.
Another elliptical at the Fit City Center. He's put in his request.
Put that down on the agenda.
We got it. Written. Yep.
No more ellipticals.
Okay, very good. Thank you, public, for addressing the council. We appreciate that. Takes us to council comments to report on what we've seen the last week, what we've a couple of weeks in our different places. We'll, instead of starting on an end this time, we'll start on the interior with Councilman Cardin, and then we'll work this way and end on Councilman Euler. Is that all right?
Works for me. Thank you, Mayor. I only have two things. The first is I might be stealing some thunder from you, Kathleen, so I apologize. Next Wednesday, so a week from tomorrow, is the Rotary Chamber Scholarship golf tournament. I couldn't think of the word there, so maybe I should have left it to you. The golf tournament. And one thing that's been really awesome is that they have been giving out scholarships to the various schools in our city and in Payson the last couple of weeks. And they have given out, I believe it's 30 or 25 so far, and they actually are going to give out another 5. So they're giving out $1,500 scholarships that are all raised from this golf tournament. And so what a cool thing that a group of people, again, we're talking a lot about service tonight, get together with our business community and raise money to give to the high school seniors in our community, that some of them may not be getting other scholarships. MTech is participating. Just a really cool event. So if you're interested, there are still a few spots left for that golf tournament next week, and hope to see you there. But other than that, I have one other thing. Last week, I wasn't able to attend ULCT with everyone else, but I was able to go to Arbor Day and to talk with the kids at that. What a cool event. Planting some trees. I don't think that the kids were, I don't know if they're as excited about planting the trees as they were of not being in school, but either way, it was fun. And then I'm going to ask this question up here because we're just going to do a little Utah history up here. What is our state tree?
You want the answer?
If you know the real answer, maybe
it is not the blue spruce.
Heaven knows.
It is no longer the blue spruce.
Okay,
it is the quaking aspen.
It is the quaking aspen. But that changed just recently. A lot of us older generation, and I say older, probably don't know that it's not the blue spruce anymore. But it is the quaking aspen. And it was changed because a group of kids, similar to what you're seeing on the screen, reached out to our governor at the time, Governor Herbert, and petitioned because the quaking aspen better represented our state. And the quaking aspen is found in every county in the state. So kind of a cool thing. What a cool event. Dell, thank you for letting me be a part of that. And Councilman Took, because he wasn't able to attend. But 5 new trees in our city. We do this every year. It's such an awesome event that gives our kids an opportunity to dig their tree. And one thing I told Dell is when I was a kid in American Fork, I actually was able to participate in Arbor Day, and I still remember the tree that I helped plant at the cemetery. Like, when I drive by, it's my tree. It's not at all my tree, but I claim it as my tree. So That's all I got, Mayor.
Did you plant quaking aspen?
We didn't.
Those are like the weeds of trees.
That's right.
Just saying.
And now it's our state tree.
And now it's our state tree, just like the SIBO.
Thank you, Councilman Cardin. Councilman Took.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a couple items this evening, but before I jump into those, I would like to give a little time to our President of the Chamber of Commerce, Kathleen Levitt.
Thank you very much. No, I'm so excited that you talked about the golf tournament. It's next Wednesday, and we're so excited. We do have one of the highest participations that we can recall from doing this for 30 years. So this is a really big year for this event. We've given away 25 scholarships, and then they just voted this afternoon to do 5 more because we just keep getting more golfers and more support for this event. So we're going to give out more scholarships. So including the MTech scholarship, it'll be 35 scholarships overall, which is probably the most we ever have. Usually it's about 15 or 20. So we're really excited for this day. That's next Wednesday. Tea time is at 9 a.m. at the Oaks. But before then, I wanted to make sure everybody saw their area guide magazine that should have been in everyone's mailboxes over the weekend, early in the week. We do have extra copies, so if you have friends or family members, I know the mayor in Salem said her son stole her copy because he wanted the 101 things to experience in Spanish Fork and Salem. So we do have extra copies if people would like, and I'll be delivering them to the library and the different city offices so that way people can get their hands on it. But I'm super proud of this publication, and hopefully it serves our community well for the year.
So one of the 101 is attending one of these?
I think it is.
So everyone in this room can check off?
Everyone can check that one off. You only have 100 to go now. So, yes, check.
That's a stretch.
But I think it was a good thing to combine them, so it's just all around community guide. And then on Thursday, this Thursday, the 7th, we have our business after hours for this quarter. We're going to the Payson Business Innovation Center. So I'm really looking forward to introducing that resource to our business community here. It is available to all of our businesses for use, for entrepreneurs, for existing businesses. They've got just about every kind of state-of-the-art branding material that you could need. They can print banners, they can engrave mugs, they can do just about everything. So I sent the chamber logo over so that way we can make some stuff and see all of the equipment in use. So I'm looking forward to it. That's this Thursday, the 7th, from 5 to 7. Open invite to any business entrepreneur, anybody watching this, come join us. It'll be a fun evening. And new networking for this month is May 21st. We did have a few changes. So we're going to be at the Hampton Inn this month on the 21st. We're going to be hearing from Custom Fit, the MTech program that reimburses up to 40% on extended education. They just covered 40% of a conference for me. It really is an amazing resource. They have $1 million in funding to be able to give out for business education, for professional skills. So they're going to be presenting, and then Good Grains in Salem will be catering lunch for us. That'll be on the 21st. And that's all I've got to report. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Thank you, Kathleen, for all you do for our business community and for especially that publication. Nice work. Just a couple items from me this evening. I was able to attend the conference that was mentioned, the Utah League of Cities and Towns, and I went to my favorite session was I was with City Manager Perrins. We learned about all the sorts of cool things and insights about the Olympics in 2034, and I found that fascinating and just kind of preparing our cities and infrastructure and such. And having volunteered in 2001, it's extra special. So I think for many of us, it's fun to look ahead and see so much already going on in preparation for that. So that was one of my great takeaways from our conference down at that. Also, Councilman Cardin and I, we participated in something called the Rodeo Reading Roundup Family Night, which was at Sierra Bonita. and had a great time supporting that program and the children reading and the program that's going on now. And so kudos to their principal and to just programs like that, really. So I won't say much about it because I know others will, but I love being a part of the Fire Station 61 groundbreaking. So that was excellent experience. Looking forward to that. And then lastly, we just thought yesterday evening we had a great Parks and Recreation Committee board meeting. Thanks to Del Robinson and our team, and it was excellent. Things are moving forward so well with all of that. And on that note, that's all I've got, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Took. Councilman Marshall.
Just a quick story that it's an interesting thing. I was at the state Republican convention, and I'm waiting for the thing to start, and these two Spanish Fork residents sit next to me, and one guy goes, can I ask you 2 questions? I said, sure. Before you do, yes, we support roundabouts. And he's like, okay, I have 1 question left. And he was dead serious. He said, so which of the city council members are on the take? And I'm like, what are you talking about? Are you seriously asking me that question? He's like, yeah, I really want to know. I'm like, do people really believe that this body, that these people that sit up here every day are taking money from somebody? He's like, that's the rumor.
Oh, my.
I'm like, that I can assure you 100% does not happen up here. These folks, like Mike said, are here to volunteer to give back to the community. They want to serve the community every single time. They're only in it for that and the love of their community. And he's like, I kind of thought that, but I needed to ask anyway. I'm like, it was shocking that, seriously, wasn't joking, wasn't anything. It was a dead serious question. So for those that are listening, all 6 of you, we're not on the take. We're doing this because we've been here a long time and we love this community. We love it dearly. And we're trying to continue the good work that our former council members have put us in a position to be one of the best cities in the nation.
Yes.
So just a strange conversation to be had on the gym floor over EVU that day. So other than that, I don't have anything else.
Perfect. Thank you, Councilman Marshall. Councilwoman Beck.
A couple things. I sit on the library board, and so I wanted to be sure I supported Chrissy Henry in her retirement. She's been at the library, I think, for 25 years, and she's just a staple. She started part-time across the street, has moved over here. She's retiring, so is her husband, so I just wanted to give a shout-out to any of those people that attend the library. You're no longer going to see her, and I wanted to thank her for her years of commitment to such a great organization. And then also, the library is considering about doing a homebound library, and it would be a library service for those who cannot leave their home. So if you have someone in your family that can't leave and get to the library, they will have the employees here actually gather the books, deliver them, come and pick them up. You just need to call the library. They're going to put the word out. I think it was in this month's newsletter as well. So you can look at that for more information. I think that's really cool. And I think Mayor brought up Yard of the Week just a couple moments ago. The Yard of the Week program will start up here in a couple weeks. It runs from Memorial Day through Labor Day. And so around May 15th, you'll start seeing the website promoting that. I think it'll be on social media. And we want new yards. Our committee, we have 9 volunteers working on the committee. We'll look over the weekly submissions, the photos, why you're being nominated, and make a decision then. And just really, we want to encourage good curb appeal in our community. That's important. And it takes a lot of time and energy and money, and we want to recognize that. So if you want to nominate yourself, feel free to. If you want to nominate your neighbor, your mom, someone that you just drive by and you jump out of the car and take some picture. I've been known to do that a couple times, and it's really fun to go recognize those people for their efforts. So be looking for that starting May 15th. And Mayor asked me to go to a ribbon cutting for Waffle Love. And I had seen it on social media, but Waffle Love just opened up in the Little Acorn. So they have kept a couple menu items from the old Little Acorn. And so on the building, it does say Waffle Love and Little Acorn. And so I just encourage you to go stop by and support them. They've put a lot of money into freshening up the building, replacing the kitchen, the bathroom, fresh coat of paint, filling the potholes, and so just go support your local Waffle Love. And that's all I have.
Very good. Thank you, Councilwoman Beck and Councilman Euler.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to talk a little bit about the event that we had last Friday. So we had a groundbreaking for our new fire station, Station 61, which is currently located on Spanish Fork Main Street and is going to be relocated to just 2 blocks west of where we're at right now. One really cool thing, and Chief Hales talked a little bit about this as he spoke, is that piece of ground has been used by Spanish Fork City for decades. For those that weren't aware, it's the location of our old senior center building. And so it's really neat to consider and think that that property is going from a place where our seniors have benefited and come and socialized for many years to now a new use within our city that will benefit all of our citizens and keeping us safe, keeping us protected. It'll be a fantastic new facility for our first responders, our fire and EMS. It will be built in a way that will keep them safe as well. So super excited about that. Seth, correct me if I'm wrong. I think estimated time of completion is fall of 2027.
Yep.
So keep your eye out.
Early fall.
Keep your eye out for that. Early next fall, we'll have a ribbon cutting for that new building. So it'll be great. The other thing I wanted to talk about briefly was ULCT. So this League of Cities and Towns conference that a few of us had the opportunity to go to down in St. George. Our keynote speaker is an individual by the name of Dr. Greg Jackson. He's an associate professor of history at Utah Valley University. He has a popular podcast called History That Doesn't Suck. And so he gave kind of a riveting story, and he said as a historian, a lot of times he gets asked the question, have you ever imagined or seen a time in our country that's been more awful or more divided than it is right now? And as a historian, he can look at people and say, actually, yes, there have been many, many times that have been much more divided and much more worse than what we're going through right now. And he shared an example of that was just incredible, of individuals that were killed over their politics. And so just a reminder for all of us that yes, things are difficult, things can be difficult, but we live in an incredible country. We're blessed to live in the best country in the world. We have so many blessings here. And so just a reminder that things aren't necessarily meant to be easy. Things are meant to be a little more difficult to push us, to help us figure out how we can come together and solve difficult problems. And I believe that as a country we can do that. So thought that was a cool experience and a cool story that he shared. So if you're interested in a fun podcast, History That Doesn't Suck. That's all I've got, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Royer. I think it is on his podcast where he mentioned that Thomas Jefferson ran against John Adams for the presidency, and they didn't speak for 11 years after running against each other. So there's been some rocky times for sure. Thank you, everyone, for attending your meetings and reporting on them and the good work you're doing besides your day jobs in the community. Appreciate it, and it's showing results. The only thing I wanted to bring up was the Utah State Junior Livestock Show was held at the fairgrounds this last week. These were projects from all over the state that came into our community, and some people stayed here. Overwhelmed the Hampton Inn again, so they had to stay somewhere else. Trying to recruit some more hotel space down here in our city for these big events that come in. But a lot of people from all over the state for 3 days, and then a sail day that were really good. I had the opportunity to speak to some of the judges in this livestock show, which I don't know anything about except watching the animals, but I know people that know nothing about it. But they always bring in judges from outside of your area, so they don't know people. They don't know names. They don't know families. They don't know kids or whatever. And so it's trying to be that unbiased look at that animal and the way that it's being shown in the ring. So usually from Oklahoma and Ohio and the Midwest, because they got a lot of ag representation out there. And so these spoke to two of them while they were out here, and they just couldn't believe the city, couldn't believe the facility. I said, well, come back next year. It's about to get better, right? And so they were all excited about that. But they couldn't believe the quality of livestock that were here, the good feelings that they had around that place. And so thank you for everybody that participated in that, all the families that keep an eye on each other. It's fun to watch a lot of people help each other out. Kids leave their white shirt, home or whatever, and what do? They put on another kid's shirt and they go show, and just the camaraderie down there to help each other out and help animals that don't want to always listen either. So cool stuff. The state junior livestock show went off another year at our fairgrounds and will continue for the next 100. So thanks for Nick and his team down there taking care of everybody else too, Dale. They did a great job.
Mayor, did we see that you came home with a pig?
Don't start, Jesse. We've now, we needed another project in my home, but now we've got.
You're showing pig.
I'm not showing a pig. Jagger will show a pig in the county fair, and I have no idea what we've got ourselves into. So
where are you keeping it in the backyard?
Is this legal?
Yeah, we got a fence.
Is it some pig?
Some pig. Yeah. It's down at his Uncle Tyler's, who I completely blame for talking him into it. The cousins are going to go do this experiment together, and we'll see if they, play in the field down there more than help the pig. But it's, he's having a good time already. That's so we'll see.
Awesome.
Yep. Had to go get a pair of muck boots already. You know what muck boots are? No. Well, you don't, but there's things you don't. Yep, got those going. So pretty fun stuff. Okay, council comments takes us to staff reports. Anything from the staff to catch up on from last meeting?
I don't think so, Mayor. I think we'll have enough new tonight.
Okay, thank you. Okay, takes us to the Spanish Fork 101 section. Thank you, Scouts, for joining us. We appreciate you coming and seeing us. Come back anytime. The Wastewater 101 and WRF update. Mr.
Mayor, we'll maybe introduce Zach Staley. He's our wastewater division manager, and I just invited him to come talk about the treatment plant. You guys understand the investment of that and talk a little bit about how well it's doing now that it's been operating since last fall, and really also what we can do as users of the system to help protect it. So.
And we know what muck boots are, so we understand that.
Get right in.
So, like Corey said, I'm excited to be here. Thanks for taking some time to listen and get an update on the wastewater treatment facility. It's been a great project. We wrapped it up in October, this last October. We're treating about 5.5 million gallons of water a day. That's quite a large amount, and as I've grown in this industry, you didn't quite put it into scale until you actually see it. And a lot of you guys have seen the treatment plant and understand that, but it's a large amount. One thing I'd like to point out, and on these next couple of slides, is we are exceeding our treatment expectations that we talked about as we designed this treatment facility. As you all know, the reason we built the facility was we were running out of capacity as far as hydraulics go. B, we could not meet the nutrient limits that we needed to hit that were mandated by the state, one of them being ammonia. And I'd like to point out our current ammonia limits that are outlined in our permit was issued by the state for us to discharge into bodies of water is 6 milligrams per liter. We could not hit that consistently with the old facility. And right now we're achieving an average of 0.16. Amazing, right? Astronomically great. Same thing with the phosphorus. This was a big driver for us to jump into the facility that we're in now, the membrane filtration facility. The state gave us an average for the year of 1 milligram per liter, which is, again, quite a bit less than the ammonia limit, but we are consistently below 0.1 milligrams per liter. So it speaks volumes to the engineering and the design and the thought process. And again, we understand, we acknowledge the large capital investment it was for the city. It's the largest project the city has ever done, capital-wise. And it is paying off. We have a great group of guys. There's 11 of us total that run the facility and outside the treatment plant, the collection system, and they're doing a great job. I sit at my desk, so I'll give all credit to those guys. But we're loving the new facility. It's doing well, and we appreciate your guys' vote and support in upgrading to that facility. Now, with a good investment like that, we got to protect it, and that's the next thing I'd like to talk about, and maybe give council and those listening some thoughts as you go day to day in your own home. Right, there's things you can do to protect your own sewer lateral, your line going out to the main, but also protect our facility. Right, so I'd like to talk about some things that are meant to be sent to us and not meant to. Right, I apologize for the picture. This is an actual picture we took in our town off of 3rd South and 3rd East. We had an employee who was jetting the line. He was going up the line, and he hit something not quite to the end of the line. And so he punched through it, pulled it back, and there's a lot of things in that picture that should not be in the sewer. So a lot of all this information, I'll plug, we can find on our website. If you go to SpanishFork.gov, Public Works, the sewer tab, and then there's a tab that says My Sewer Responsibilities. And this outlines some of the things that should not go down the toilet or even down your drains, right? Fats, oils, and greases, flushable wipes, even if they're marked as flushable, feminine hygiene products, dental floss, kitty litter. Some of it's advertised as flushable. I never knew that until we got into this. Hazardous household chemicals such as motor oil, pesticides, paints, solvents, those can be disposed of at the transfer station. They charge you, but it's a better, safer way to do so. Prescription drugs, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, but you guys still take them down at the police station. Lots of people, and including myself, you thought just flush the ones you don't use right after you've had surgery because you don't want them anymore, but that's not the case. Those things are very hard to remove from the wastewater, and that never do. Our facility can't even remove the pharmaceutical things. And maybe just something to think about, be sparing in your usage of your garbage disposal. Scrape all the pieces of food that you have off your plate into the garbage, rinse it off, use it sparingly. Those kind of things are I would say 90% of the phone calls we get from residents say, they've got a plugged lateral, they've got something going on, it's because something went down the drain that shouldn't, whether it's food or some of these other items that I've talked about. One other thing to think about, we deal with roots a lot, especially in the old part of town where we have clay lines. The city doesn't plant trees in those areas, and so that's one thing that we don't help our residents cover. But one thing I'd like to offer is a thought as you go about that process and you decide to plant a tree in your own home, or at your home. The plug, call Blue Stakes, find out what's underneath the ground so you don't damage a gas line or something like that. They'll mark your sewer line as well. Think about where you're planting it. Those roots are attracted to moisture, and they will follow down and follow that pipe. That is another picture we found. A resident called with an issue, and we thought it was an offset joint. We didn't see anything, but that root is the size of a 4-inch clay pipe that has wrapped its way around that lateral and made it so they had backup issues. Mm-hmm. So again, that's going to take a long time for that tree to get that big, but it can happen. So just a plug for use caution, think about what is at your house and what could potentially happen. And then the last thing I'd like to touch on is just knowing your responsibility as a citizen here in Spanish Fork. Spanish Fork is a very generous city as far as helping our residents out. We understand digging in the road and all these other things are expensive, and it can be a burden on the citizens. And so Spanish Fork will help out with certain portions of replacement if it fits a certain category. If there's a structural defect, offset joint, broken pipe, something from the back edge of the sidewalk, you can see on there, it shows the property line from there towards the main line, we will help take care of if there's an issue. The homeowner's responsibility is from the back edge of the sidewalk to the home. Now, the exceptions are maintenance and roots, right? Maintenance, clean your line. If you need a plumber, call them. But if it's a root-caused issue, the city doesn't plant trees, right? We don't plant the trees in your yard. That's something that we would look to the resident to take care of. Again, knowing this, it's an eye-opener for me as far as I live in Salem. They don't take care of any of that stuff. And so it's an eye-opener for me to think about those things before I do those things in my own home. And I would, implore that you guys do the same as well as you're thinking about trees and things that you send down your toilet or drain. Again, here's a plug for, who put that picture there? Jack. So for more information, you can visit our website. My contact information's on there as well. If you have a question, we have our email addresses, office phone numbers. If there is an issue, please don't hesitate to call. We're more than happy to come help. But anyways, any questions?
Yeah,
Good job, Zach.
Thank you, Zach.
May I ask just two questions, Zach? How often do we have a sewer backup?
It depends on the year. We budget a certain amount to help take care of those things with residents, and this year is an abnormal one. We're spending a lot of money in that, but there's some years that we spend hardly any money in that.
So in the last 10 years, our average has been something like one or less than one a year?
I would say probably 5 a year.
Sewer backups?
And not all are caused by on the city side.
Yeah.
Right? We respond to probably 5 to 7 a year, and usually it's something that is caused on the resident side of the lateral.
And so these things, they seem so easy to just disappear down the drain.
Flush and forget it, right?
But they don't forget. And they come back in the nastiest of ways.
And I will advocate if anyone would like a tour of the facility, we are open. Again, my contact information is on the website. We're more than happy to show you, and we're more than happy to show you what comes on our way. So,
it's the greatest, nastiest room in the city.
It is. Yep.
It smells something.
We should have brought you up before the scouts left. That could have been there next. Scout.
I actually took a preschool group through on Friday, so it was,
very good.
But I have a question to add to Zach. Often things we flush get down to the treatment plant, and there's some pretty good screenings to get it out. So even things we can put in the garbage, someone's putting them in the garbage just in a harder way. How many dumpsters do you haul off, or how often do you haul off the dumpsters of debris that's screened out of our sewer?
We have 2 dumpsters in our headworks facility, so that where the water comes in, we dump one of them once every other week, and the other one gets dumped once a week. So we are 3 dumpsters in 2 weeks, so 6 dumpsters a month of garbage that should not be put in there.
It's a lot of banana peel stickers.
And those don't get, you can't take those to the dump and pay $12 a ton.
No, we get charged an astronomical amount to
Those are biohazards,
haul those off.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah. And who pays for those?
Citizens of
I do,
Spanish Fork, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's not like some faceless, nameless somebody's paying for it.
Right.
You and I are through our rates, right? That's sadly a part of the expense.
Yep. And all that, as I said, it's to protect our investment that we just made, right? We spent so many millions of dollars, and that's to protect the filtration that's down there that's giving us those great results. So, okay.
Thank you, Zach.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate the update. Okay. That
I've never seen Corey more proud.
It's an interesting part of.
Actually, I have every time we talk about the treatment plant.
Yep.
It's probably best.
Okay, takes us to consent items section of the agenda. There's A, B, and C. The minutes of the last meeting, in lieu donation and exchange of services agreement, and the Brent money annexation agreement are all in consent items. Anybody have any questions about those consent items? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent items.
I move to approve the consent items.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Took, second by Councilwoman Beck. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Consent items approved. Takes us to the new business section. This has A through F. First one is the resolution for personnel policy updates. I'll bet that's what Kim's here for. Maybe she was waiting
Tyler's not gonna do
for
it?
walk-up music.
I was hoping Kim would do it.
So I don't know what's more exciting, me being here, because May's kind of a big month, or if it's Stacy and I sharing in my grandson's birthday in a couple of weeks. I don't know. This is pretty exciting.
Good.
But Harrison's much more exciting than this.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Possibly. That might
We're
be more
pretty
fun.
lucky.
That little boy smiles so big. His smile is so cute.
He's awesome.
Yeah.
Isn't he perfect?
He's perfect. Shall we go on? Two grandmothers reminiscing about their grandson.
Start showing pictures. No.
His birthday party's on the 16th. If you want an address or the registry, we can share.
Everybody's invited.
Just
And
registry.
I'll give a candy bar to whoever can tell me what the theme is.
Disneyland.
Yep, Seth got it.
Oh, I thought the theme of the policy changes.
Oh, no, his birthday party. Yeah. So, hey, Jack, So we've got about 10 policies here that we're going to submit to get your approval. Just so you know, these policies have gone through the Personnel Committee. Just as a refresher, that Personnel Committee consists of the mayor, 2 council members, you've got admin, and then there's 2 employee representatives that go in that meeting. And we had a meeting, went over all of these in a little bit greater detail, and then made the final resolution, which is what we're presenting today. I've got these broken up into 3 sections. You can see we've got one that's clarification and compliance to state and federal law. Then we had some that are more changes to the policy, and then we have a couple new ones. I'm not going to go into detail on all of them. If you guys have questions, please ask. I'm just going to give you more of an overview and then give you an idea of what these changes represent. But feel free, if you have questions, I can answer those. So the first section, the clarification and compliance. For example, the bilingual, the policies are still administered the same. We're just adding clarification. For example, that bilingual, when we created this policy in 2023, it was the full-time employees that we had in mind. And once we started implementing the policy, we realized that there's a lot of part-time employees out there that are using their second languages to benefit us as the city. And so we wrote policy to kind of help clarify how this policy should be handled with our part-time employees. Couple other policies, the political activity and the nepotism. These are examples of where we just used wording from the actual laws and put them in our policy to give some clarification. The nepotism, we added some definitions. It's surprising how many times I get questions on my nepotism policy, and we're hoping that with this change we can go through the policy and we can say, does this comply? Does it reach the nepotism point? And that's what this section is just clarification and helping our supervisors make the better decisions when it comes to policies and their employees. The second section, the change of policies. These are policies that are actually been changed in some way. Some are minor, like the procedure for general grievance. This is simply stating that if somebody wants to file a grievance, they're going to come to the HR director rather than the assistant city manager. This is just a clarification of where employees go. To the fire and EMS policy, you know that our fire and EMS department is a really young department right now. And we tried to create policies that represented and were going to be for a long time. But as we started to utilize those policies, we're realizing that we need to make changes. And it's as we use them. And that's this one here. All this is doing is if a firefighter or EMS has earned some holiday time, right now the policy is if that employee leaves the city, they don't get bought out or paid for those holidays that they've earned. This policy is changing that. Now, if a firefighter earns those upon separation, we do give them a buyout for those since they've been earned. I'm going to go over these last two policies in a little bit more detail just because they are new. The obligation to report private conduct. This is requiring our employees that if they are convicted or arrested of a misdemeanor or a felony, we don't care about the parking tickets, the speeding tickets, but if it's a misdemeanor or a felony, they need to contact HR. We need to know these in case this affects their position in any way. And it protects our residents, it protects our employees. And so this is just policy stating that they need to come to HR and let us know. The last one is the uniform and apparel policy. The uniform policy is stating, just remaining the same, but the apparel policy we're adding. And just so you know, this policy has actually been in the works for about 2 years. Been talking about it, saying, hey, we need to make a change here. And now, after a lot of effort, Carson put a lot of effort in putting this policy together. He had a committee together of other departments to make sure that we're representing everybody the best that we can. And this policy is just giving really good guidance on what each division, what each department, what each individual should receive as far as apparel. Something for our linemen and what their needs are, their protective gear is going to be different than what I need. And so this just kind of outlines that. One thing in this policy that does affect our employees is we are making policy that our employees, as long as they're working for the city on city time, they cannot wear the logo or branding of companies or individuals that we have done work with or are currently doing work with. The reason for this is we don't want to give that perceived favoritism or conflict of interest. They can wear those apparels on, after hours at home, but just on the job, they're no longer to wear those logoed or branded apparel. Those are the policies. I'll open it up to you if you have any questions. If not.
Councilman Marshall and I sit on this committee and went through everything and approve it.
There you go.
If that's
I
helpful.
second.
If that's helpful.
Oh, I thought you made a motion.
I'm just letting them know that
She's letting us know that,
that we did our job and
you
we
did your
approve it.
job on that committee. So
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Thank you,
Kim.
Thank you,
I'll
Kim.
see you next Saturday at the birthday party.
Okay, there's a motion. I think Stacy kind of made a motion there, but didn't formally make the motion. But there is a motion to be made to adopt the personnel policy updates, if so inclined.
I will move to approve the ordinance to approve the resolution for the personnel policy updates.
Second.
Motion made by Councilwoman Beck, seconded by Councilman Marshall. A roll call vote. Councilman Took.
Yes.
Councilman Cardin.
Yes.
Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
And Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
Personnel policy updates are updated. Thank you, Kim. Takes us
Thank
to
you,
ordinance adopting Title V amendment.
All right, we're talking signs. So, specifically, we're talking project signage plans. That's the amendment today. So, as a quick refresher, project signage plans allow a property owner to apply for signage that exceeds our standard limitations on signage. This could mean a greater number of signs on the property, maybe a taller sign, maybe some more copy area on the sign, but just in general something that might exceed the normal limitations in some way. So as a part of this project sign plan application, they have to provide information showing where the signs are going to be on the site, the dimensions of the signage proposed, et cetera, for staff to review. And then the rest of the process is going to work the same. The project signage plans have to come to the Planning Commission and then to the City Council for ultimate approval. But the amendments we're making, if you go to the next slide.
Got a clicker if you want it.
Oh, thank you, I do.
Oh.
Oh, there we go. I was hitting the wrong button. That's on me. Okay, so the first amendment we're making here lowers the minimum site area requirement for a property owner to make application from 5 acres down to 4 acres. And I just want to note that this was kind of a last-minute change. This was, if you saw the draft last week, it remained at 5 acres, but at the property owner's request, we've moved that down to 4 acres. And then the second amendment is addresses building size. Currently, the site needs to have at least 50,000 square feet of building space, so that can be more than one building, to qualify for a project signage plan. This would remove that requirement only if you are within 400 feet of an Interstate 15 interchange. For any site further than 400 feet from an interchange, that 50,000 square foot building requirement remains the exact same as it is today. We're proposing this because sites that have close proximity to I-15 interchanges kind of have a unique opportunity to generate some revenue that other properties in the city just simply don't because of their proximity to transitors down the highway, people getting on and off, et cetera, et cetera. But finally, most importantly with this, this really should only open up a small number of property owners to make application. It does not obligate the council to approve anything. The rest of the process is entirely the same. We're essentially just changing some of the requirements that someone would have to meet in order to qualify to apply for a project signage plan. So it will still come to the Planning Commission. It will still come to the council. You'll get to see those signage plans with the specific signs proposed at that time. Any questions?
Is a property owner with this change or with their current change, are property owners, as a council, are we able to, what are the criteria to deny a sign, for example? Are they entitled to be able to put a sign on their property?
Under the standard Title V requirements, yes. The project signage plan is just for signage that may exceed some of the standard limitations in Title V. So if you wanted, for example, a freestanding sign, pole sign, and a monument sign, you'd have to have a project signage plan. You normally, as long as, I don't remember the requirement, I think there's a requirement for both of those to qualify for at least one, but this, if you had a project signage plan, you could propose to have multiple of them.
And if it gets approved by the council, then they're allowed to do that.
Yeah, and you guys can also, at the time that it comes to you with that specific project signage plan, request modifications to it. So if you were like, we think this is too many pole signs, could you get rid of one of these? So there is still some play with it when each one finally gets to you in the end, essentially. But for the most part, nothing is changing with project signage plans, just that minimum building space if you're within 400 feet of an interchange.
Okay. So the threshold is changing.
Yeah, the threshold's changing.
But not how it's approved.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. How do you measure 400 feet? Is it from an interchange or interchanges?
The way it was explained was essentially if you can measure from somewhere on the interchange to somewhere on the property, it doesn't have to go across the entire property or meet the center point of it. If it can get to the property from an interchange, then we would call that 400 feet. So I guess from an on or off ramp of I-15.
Do we want to get into point of gore?
Yeah,
I would think some point.
Where in that interchange? Does it have to be on the road? Is it on the right?
It's probably fairly
as long as it's
in the
within
detail,
a few
but
feet.
When does an interchange start and stop? Let's take the SR 147, the Arrowhead Road that's getting on I-15. Where does that point reference from? Someone could argue that on ramp going westbound is on 147 itself. So does it come all the way back? I mean, I think for just clarity's sake, some reference to there would be helpful.
Yeah.
So would it be maybe sufficient to say from the asphalt of the off-ramp, from the right-of-way of the off-ramp? I mean, I think either of those are good, probably good things to reference, but I like where you're headed. I think it provides clarity. So I'm just looking at a map, and I think I would probably. That's not the off ramp. I would say I think my natural thought would be from the asphalt.
What point on the asphalt?
The closest point. I mean, to be most generous, I'd probably. Somebody's going to argue.
It's probably semantics. It's probably not that big a deal, but just, I guess we'll interpret it as we need to.
Is it where the asphalt intersects other asphalt, or are you talking asphalt? I mean,
yeah. Dave suggests right of way. From
Is Dave
Nashville.
watching?
From Nashville.
Okay.
He's watching, really?
That's what some people do when
they're on
trips.
in Nashville.
I think we add a thing that Shane is the one who gets to go measure them all too.
Well, I mean, I'd be sure. That does not help a point of reference. It's now right away for a length of time. Where does that right away
start and stop?
Start and stop. Come on, staff, pick a point.
Well, I'm looking at a map where I can see where right of way ends, and I would say, if this is the closest point, I'd go 400 feet and say it's 400 feet or it's not.
Okay, that's fine.
Right, that's what I would say.
Not. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying the interstate right of way?
Interstate right of way.
Okay.
The interchanges,
Just say
the right of way associated with the interchange. Yeah.
Okay.
Is that helpful?
It's helpful.
For the record, I have a map of the interchange at Benjamin that we were looking at. But
He'll submit it to you.
I'll take a snapshot of it. So if we put in the language, the minimum building space requirement is waived for sites located within 400 feet of the
right of way
of the I-15 interchange.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's helpful.
Right of way of the I-15 interchange.
Yep. And take the plural off the interchanges.
Yep. Right. Okay.
That's it. Shane, go ahead with that motion then.
Thank you, Ian. Any other
Ian.
questions for Ian about this?
Can Ian do all of these?
Well, David
Good at
could
this.
too.
No, not Dave.
No, David.
Oh, Dave can. Yes.
David Ian.
It's not David G. Anderson.
David G. Anderson. No, just kidding. Is he really watching?
Okay, if there's no other
I heard you.
questions for Ian or his team, I'd entertain a motion for item B with, I think, that adjusted language in there, added language. Was there amended language you were
Yeah.
gonna,
You want me to add it?
Yeah.
Ad lib.
All right. I move to approve the ordinance to modify the city's application recurrence for project signing plans with the addition of adding to that sentence 400 feet from interstate right-of-way.
Okay. Motion made by Councilman Marshall.
Well, we're targeting around
An interchange itself.
Yeah, we're
So,
not necessarily going the whole
400
length
feet of
Yeah.
interstate interchange right-of-way.
Okay. We can handle
Vaughn
that.
says yes.
We can handle that.
I like a yes from Vaughn.
IIR. Okay.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Marshall, seconded by Councilman Cardin. A roll call vote here. Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
Councilman Took.
Yes.
Councilman Cardin.
Yes.
And Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Item B is approved. Thank you. Good discussion. Appreciate it. Item C is Creekside Townhomes amended development agreement.
This is David H.
David H.
All right. So the Creekside Village development is on the the east side of Main Street, close to the Fit City Center. There's a new buyer for the development that's looking to build townhomes, and the proposal that they have is similar to what was shown during the approval process and the rezone with some minor changes. So they felt that due to how close it is to the Fit City Center and there's wonderful amenities there, in order to support that, they didn't feel the need to have a clubhouse and pool in their community when they've got one that's kitty corner from where this would be. So they're proposing to swap that out with an additional pickleball court as well as a tot lot. And then there's some minor changes to the elevations that were shown originally. So this is the site plan for the layout of the development that was approved. And then the new one has the 3 pickleball courts and the tot lot in the northern portion of that. There's minor changes to where guest parking would be located throughout the community. The street configuration is changed slightly, but overall it's roughly the same kind of layout and format for what was approved.
No more units?
Same amount of units.
Okay. Can you describe what a tot lot is?
Like a playground.
It's just a playground?
Yeah. So this is the elevations for
He has 3 tots.
for the units that are on the south end that are front loaded. These were the elevations that were approved, and then these are the new elevations done by Visionary Homes, showing similar roof pitches, a little bit different materials, but overall the same kind of look with the same kind of layout of the site. These are the other units that are on the northern end and that would face along Main Street. These were ones that were approved, and these are the new ones that have more of a pitched roof look rather than the flat roof look that was previously approved. So we do have representatives here that could answer any specific questions about changes between the two looks or the layout, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have at this time.
I personally like the new layouts a lot better. I like this look. When I look at that, I worry still about parking. And so what about a thought of not adding a pickleball court or a tot lot and adding more parking stalls, either one or the other? Or do we feel really comfortable that we have enough parking in there?
Are we required to have a certain amount of amenities within a development?
Yeah, this is in the R4 zone, so the code does say that there's a certain amount of amenities based on the number of units that are being proposed.
But in that same vein,
You could call it a parking amenity if you wanted to.
I struggle with I don't struggle with getting rid of the pool. I do struggle with getting rid of the clubhouse. There's 169 units in this with nowhere really to go.
What do you mean nowhere to go?
Across the street.
But they don't want to go to Fit
City
Center.
Center, right? Okay, so but a clubhouse isn't used for fitness.
What's the purpose of a clubhouse? I guess
usually it's a meeting area for people in a townhome facility if they have family gatherings and those type of things.
And I'm not worried about that.
So when I lived in a townhome on the east end of town by the golf course, and we had to have a HOA meeting or whatever to elect our new officials each year, we would go up to the reservoir and use one of the pavilions that they've got up there. These guys are just across the street from the pavilions at the sports park. So I don't feel like that's really needed as much as maybe, I don't know.
I would disagree. Just because I think that I've been in enough of these projects where they need places to be, right? That's just my opinion, I guess.
It's going to be a day.
I'm only 1 of 5, though.
So this does remove the clubhouse?
No.
Yeah, so they would be removing the clubhouse and the pool.
I guess my question is then what was the intended purpose of the clubhouse before? And maybe we can get whoever was.
I don't know if we had a very detailed floor plan of what was being proposed when it went through the rezone process. I think it was probably had some bathrooms, changing rooms maybe associated with the pool being there, and then a small meeting area would be my assumption, with part of that being dedicated to maybe some exercise equipment.
You said there were some representatives here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they could tell us some more.
Any questions for David?
David. Sorry, Mayor.
No, you're all right.
Can you remind me what, with the layout that they've got right now, what's the parking per unit? Where are they at?
So it's required to have, I believe, 2.5 stalls per unit. And then with this, there was the text amendment that changed the standard street that is parallel to Main Street, where the applicant was initially showing a 20-foot driveway, and what was approved was a 25-foot driveway requirement. So that gave some more space for parking different types of vehicles there to help with any parking issues that
Those are the ones just along Main Street?
Yes.
I like when renderings include fitting an F-150 and a sedan in their stuff, because we have F-150s, and there's an F-350 there. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mann. Any other questions for Mr. Mann? Do you want to hear from the applicant to ask him any additional questions for these adjustments?
You want to ask him about that?
Yeah, I would love to just hear more about the clubhouses and thoughts.
Okay. The applicant's here. Feel free
There's
to.
761 stalls.
761, 169 units.
Version picture, it gives you a
down there. Thank you,
sir.
Mark Hampton.
Hello, Mark.
Mark Hampton. Yeah, the original intent of the clubhouse, as you remember, was mostly fitness. We do a lot of apartments, and most of our clubhouses are for fitness for our residents. When we noticed the beautiful facility across the street, we thought, why not create some activities outside and have the fitness in the city rec center? And that's why the thought for the change. And as parking goes, you remember, we did have a 20-foot drive. Right before our vote, the amendment was made to 25, which then allowed all that parking. So I think we exceed the parking by almost 35-40% more than we need, because we can count the stalls, the driveways as parking and the garages. So I think we have plenty of parking. But yeah, the intent on the clubhouse originally was for fitness and HOA meetings or whatever you would have in a clubhouse. But in a townhome facility, it's not as used as much as an apartment facility for rent. Now remember, these aren't for rent, so it's not going to be used for that kind of thing. That answer the question? And I do like the elevations better too.
What was that?
I do like. I agree. The elevations are better this time.
Yeah, they look good.
Yeah. Any other questions about the original intent? And then the applicants here that are the buyers, the people that are buying and going to build these are here too to answer any questions.
I don't think so. Thank you, Mark.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
I was just going to say.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah. John Warwick, Visionary Homes. The comment I would just make is we've found with all of our townhome communities right now that people actually request more of the outdoor, like pickleball courts, trails, walking paths, than they do the pool. The pool, we find, is it's only used less than half the year. And especially again, across the street, you guys have that wonderful facility. And one of the goals, too, is to try to keep the HOA dues as low as we can, just to help with affordability. The attainability of these are going to be on the market, but we're just trying to keep the HOA fees down as low as we can. And the clubhouse would be a #1 hit to that budget. So
makes sense.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You bet.
Yeah, probably for you.
Yeah.
And I think these are all city streets that we're looking at, not private streets, right? And so they've got a width where if there isn't a driveway that I can park along that street, right?
Yeah.
You're not. I mean, it's not going to be a private road, so
They're
the
not
HOA,
private. That's correct. Yeah.
The HOA can't shut it down. It's wide enough that you could park on one side. So
That's
as
right.
I'm looking at this, I think I'm looking at your concern, Stacy. I share it. I'm thinking. I actually have a daughter that lives in one of your projects in another community, and so where would I park when I go and visit her? And there's a lot of parking in this side, but not so much on that side. So I think you're going to see a decent amount of on-street parking where there isn't a driveway. I think that's where people are going to go, because as I'm going to park it, as I'm looking at unit 152 or whatever, I can't park in front of 152 because that would block a driveway, but I can park across the street where there isn't a driveway. And then I think you got a few small parking stalls over there. I'm not trying to say that it's parked enough. I'm just trying to reason, where would I park? Because
that's exactly what I think
I'm
too.
seeing what you're asking.
It just brings to my mind all the questions I had last time about the parking.
Yeah, and I can't speak to the former, but
Yeah.
I know for that part of it is that there's, we always said if you're going to have a driveway, people want to park on it, make sure it's over 18 feet. Because that way just you have plenty of room there to double stack. But yeah, that, and, personally, pickleball courts, my son lives down in Utah County, and asked him what he would want to see too, because he's going to be looking for purchasing, and his first thing said pickleball courts. So
your parking layout looks like it's heavy on the north end near the pickleballs and not so heavy on the south end. Is there a reason for that?
it's just the way that the engineer, when they're laying this out with configuration, and part of it too is there's the detention down as you go down, so there's not enough width to put units, and so that's where it makes sense to then dive in and put parking stalls. So I think it's, from my looking at it, it looks like it's parked, we're putting a parking stall everywhere we possibly can.
Yeah, that line that dips down is a undulation.
Oh, yeah. You can see that.
How about a line, and I don't know what the numbers are, probably unit 144 to 118, which is, may I see the mouse? Thanks.
And my eyes aren't that good.
Yeah, sorry. Am I up or down? There we are. So, do you have the ability to bring some more parking here and here? Is that kind of the area, Stacy, where you're thinking it's light?
Yeah, wherever we could get them on that south side would be helpful, I think.
It looks like the previous version
did have it.
Sorry, did have that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could ask the engineer again if we can. We're not anti. We're just. I'm not sure exactly. There's probably some reason why he didn't put it there, but we can ask him that question.
There's also some parking in that little triangle piece on the original, too.
It looks like there's a little bit on the new one, too. If we're looking at the same place.
Looks like there's 6 units not in the new version for the pickleball courts. Did you remove units?
We actually, you might be kind of noticed that we're trying to not go heavy on like 8-plexes. And so we did, for our front loads, this new version does have fewer front loads to it because we are not going to build anything more than a 6-plex.
Okay.
So yeah, the unit count's still the same, but we're holding ourselves to not going above that.
Gotcha.
Redistributed?
Yeah. Yeah, and so Visionary will be building the front load units, and Oakwood, our partner on the deal, will be building the rear load units.
I do like the elevation from Main Street way better than the last one. So that was a no last time, primarily because of that. But you all approved the parking last time, so hopefully you're okay with the parking this time.
The parking is different, though.
This parking is different.
It's from a number perspective?
From a number perspective, no.
I think
But from a
numbers
distribution
perspective,
center, it's not.
I think its numbers are I think they're still what Mark was saying. I think we're exceeding what the code is saying.
No, yeah, your parking stall number hasn't changed.
Yeah. And if we can, we would, there's a couple of those areas like you mentioned. If we can, we'll add some in there for sure.
I would love to see that. If that can go on record, I would be fine to approve this tonight for me, but I would love to see if we can shift some of the parking.
Yeah, we can look at it. I don't have to try to come back to do that, but we can definitely have to look at that and see what we can do.
If it's just on the record.
If there's something we can do, we can.
Yeah, and if you want to give them some direction, you'd like to see an additional 10 parking lots. I'm making up a number here, but if you want to say, with the approval with some condition that I think it would be helpful for him if you gave him some.
Okay, but I don't even know. Like you said, you have the number of parking needed, so I don't know that it's just shifting it.
Yeah, I'd have to check just with the utilities and stuff like that to see if those areas that they were before, if there's a reason why they don't have it now.
If there's a possibility, yeah.
Is that a road on the bottom right of the image on the southwest? Be the southwest buildings.
It's access down into the parcel to the east.
Okay, so you don't own the parcel, so you've got to give access to.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you talking by Main Street or by the river?
The Main Street side.
Yeah, he's talking by the. He's talking down in the southwest.
Yeah,
bottom right.
Yeah, the bottom right.
To the access to the south property. Okay. This does maintain access to the McKell property, I believe, on the north. Well, the very north, on paper, the eastern part of in actual orientation. You can see that hammerhead maintains access to the McKell property on the east there. Gated, if I read that right. Gated access.
Thank you, John. Any other questions
Yeah,
for
thank you.
John?
Yeah, we look forward to being in here. So,
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions up here for staff that you'd like to ask before making a motion? If not, I'd entertain a motion for item C, Creekside Townhomes amended development agreement.
I'll go ahead and move to approve the ordinance to approve the master plan, the master development agreement for the Creekside Village Master Plan Community, and look into transferring some of the parking.
Motion made.
Specific enough?
Motion made by Councilwoman Beck.
Second.
Second by Councilman Euler. A roll call vote here. Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
Councilman Marshall.
Nope.
Councilman Took.
Yes.
Councilman Cardin.
No.
Item C passes 3-2.
And for the record, my no is just because of the clubhouse. I know that it was answered, the question's answered, but I really do want that in that facility.
Okay.
You want to explain?
Same reason last time. Too dense. I don't want people coming from Salem to go, oh, we're in the urban gut of Spanish Fork now because we have row houses on either side of Main Street. Same problem I had last time.
Perfect. Okay, it takes us to item D of the agenda, or of the new business agenda, the fiscal year 2027 tentative budget. Tag team, Mr. Hales and Mr. Parents.
You're going to go up front?
Yes. He was not going to come up.
He wasn't. He's going to be doing the presentation.
I was taking a drink.
Mayor and council, thank you. It's an pleasure to present the tentative budget for 2027. My first budget that I worked on here, was the fiscal year 2006 budget. The 2005 budget was already on its way when I got here, but the first one I worked on was fiscal year 2007. So this is pretty fun. It's a 20-year mark. I've seen a 07, a 17, and a 27. This budget's been a great team effort. It's been worked on in large part by the directors and division managers for the better part of several months. They started working on this about November or December in concept, and we opened up the budget to them in January. You'll recall a number of budget conversations that we've had at Midway, and then we've had some budget discussions about different topics that have helped to inform questions and answer questions that we have. This process is not done today, but it legislatively starts today. So we present to you a balanced budget, and we'll ask for you to approve it, but then really it's a handoff to you. And you have the next roughly 45 days that you get to review it. It's your budget, and then you can adjust it if you want to, change anything that you want. And then by the second meeting in June, approve a balanced budget. That will include, Jordan, you're going to talk about all these logistics, right? All right, I won't go into that. I want to express my gratitude to the many staff members that have participated in making the budget. It's not an easy thing to put together, a budget that covers over $200 million worth of things. And it takes a lot of looking, reviewing, checking, and double checking. And each of these directors are very aware of the different elements of their budget. They can answer any question that you have. If you ask a question that they cannot answer, then they can find it, and we can report back on them. So as we go through that today, please ask any questions that you have, and know that over the next couple of weeks, you'll get an email from Shelley tomorrow morning. We'll invite you to select a time, find a time that can work for you in the next 3 weeks or so, that you can sit down with me. You can do it one-on-one, or you can do it in groups of 2. And I want to make myself as available as you want me to be. So in 3 hours or 4 hours or 1 hour or no hour, you choose what kind of time you want and how deep you want to go. But I'd love to spend any time that you want in reviewing the budget. So you'll look for that email tomorrow, and she'll have 2 or 3 blocks of time for the next couple of weeks that you can select. With that, I give you Jordan V. Hales, V for victory, 2% of the budget.
All right. Seth covered some of this timeline. In January, staff presented needs and priorities and requests to you all, and we got your feedback. Over the last few months, Seth and I have sat down with division managers and directors. Tonight, that tentative budget is being presented. Serves as the beginning budget for council and public to review. We will have a public hearing on the budget, the first council meeting in June, and hopefully an approval of a budget, the third council meeting, or I guess the second council meeting in June, third Tuesday in June. The budget will be available tomorrow at SpanishFork.gov, and we're going to have some printed copies here in the library, finance department, and the city office as well. Any questions on this timeline and the process? Okay. All right. Expenses or budget by fund. The city budget and most city budgets have multiple funds, and you can think of those funds as their own individual businesses or self-balancing accounts. So here's the totals for the entire city budget. And the budget that we're working in right now is $250 million. The proposed budget for next year, $230 million. Most of that decrease being due to capital projects being completed, such as the sewer plant and the Fit City Center. Yeah, the capital inflates your budget during those capital periods, or those periods where you have intensive capital. Any questions on this table? Or okay. Noteworthy general fund items. No property tax increase is being proposed. Rec Center, known as the Fit City Center, opened in December. Fiscal year 2027 will be the first full fiscal year of operations. So it'll be a while before we have good data on how we're performing there. Sales tax revenue growth is around 4 to 6% right now, and that's where we're budgeting for next year, which is okay, but not great. A couple years ago, we were flat. Historically, we've seen around 8% growth. We'd like to get up there again. The golf course continues to increase its profit margin. I still get quite a few people asking me, does golf course make money? And yeah, it's been very profitable ever since COVID, not only covering its expenses, but helping contribute to the general fund. Fiscal 2027, so this budget we're talking about includes the final debt payment on the Justice Center. So that's exciting to have that come off. And we continue to set aside 20% of sales tax for capital projects, and just as a buffer, if sales tax were to go down, then we could remove that, transfer out to capital projects, and still cover operations. Any comments or questions on these items? All right. General fund expenses by category.
Jordan, can you back up one real quick?
Yeah.
That 20% line at the very bottom.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty sound policy. That's sort of the savings account, right? I
think it serves a couple of purposes.
Okay.
One, two. One to have reserves for capital projects, and then one to create that buffer so that you're not living so close to the line with operations. Yeah.
I think, yes, spot on. So 80% of our money goes to ongoing operations. 20% is the
for savings,
the change,
or you can dip into for
whatever it could be that year, an emergency, whatever it might be. I think it's really important. I think it's a balanced budget overall, which I think is, if everyone could do that, we'd be all better off, right? Especially the marshals. But I think what the public needs to understand is we're budgeting up to 80%, in theory, in sales tax, with the opportunity to take some, if it's more, we can go do some more capital improvements. If it's less, we still have the money to operate the city. I think that's a fact that I mean, every time you go through this, I learn something every single time. It's like, oh, okay, what is the one thing I learned today? That's a very sound conservative fiscal policy that we're taking. So I appreciate that. It's the last bullet on the thing, but still, that's a good policy.
Yeah. If you look at the sales tax during the Great Recession, that we went down about 80% from the peak. So we had, I think 2008 it was down from 2007, then I think it was 2009 was even down from 2008. So you had 2 consecutive years. Yeah, 20%. Yeah, so we were 80% of where we were. Yeah, right. All right. Yeah, general fund expenses by category. So you see we're increasing about $3.2 million, basically all of that being in personnel costs. And this $3 million increase in personnel is cost of raises and new positions added. And I'll detail those new positions that have been added. But yeah, 0.1% increase on this operations line. Yeah. General fund expenses by division. So these are the same expenses, but categorized by division instead of by category. I think the main thing to point out here is communications crew has moved from SFCN to admin, and those that follow social media have probably seen a push with and some differences with our outreach via social media. So yeah, this growth is almost entirely from personnel. So most of this growth in all these divisions is going to be personnel related.
So just when I say we were very conservative, we grew government by $3.5 million.
Correct.
But for very specific, and are you going to walk through the positions that were added?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Perfect.
This is the slide on revenues. So yeah, $3.2 million increase in expenses, but a $3.5 million increase to revenues as well. Golf, you see a $600,000 increase there, budget in golf revenues. I saw March's numbers. Man, March was great for the golf course. Holy smokes. I guess it helps when it's dry and warm. Mm-hmm. Interest earnings are coming down. This is a function of how much cash is in the bank, but also what is the interest rate we're getting on that. And rates have come down over the last couple of years from the peak a couple of years ago. All right, general fund transfers and change in fund balance. So that 30 or 20% of sales tax, that's that number there. $187,000 increase in fund balance. That's a very small number compared to the 54 million but it is positive, and there's a healthy reserve in the general fund. All right. And here are those reserves. So state law requires that our unrestricted general fund reserves be between 5% and 35% of revenue in the general fund. So the blue line here is the revenue for each of these fiscal years, and we're trying to project not only our current fiscal year end, but next fiscal year, and same with the reserves. So right now we have about $13 million in the general fund, and we're projected to remain right around there, which puts us at around 22.5% as a percentage of total revenue. So a very healthy spot. All right, capital projects. Willie Barn rebuild at the fairgrounds. This is a project that was discussed in the past couple months, but the new facility will attract additional events. The current facility can't host certain events, so this new facility will be able to. Construction will begin in August, and completion is planned for spring of '27. Cost of construction is budgeted around $11 million, and the county is paying for half of the cost as they have traditionally done with the fairgrounds. Capital projects, River Trail Bridge connection, that's a mouthful. So the city received a grant from the state for $13 million. This will build a vehicle bridge and a trail bridge and connect the Spanish Fork Trail System with the Mapleton Trail System. Ties the city trail into the regional Bonneville Shoreline Trail System. The trail will cross under Highway 6, so be a very safe way to cross, and this will be a multi-year project. Yeah. All right, here are those positions that we're adding to the general fund and enterprise funds. So 3 captains for fire and EMS. Right now, there's a captain for each fire and EMS shift. And I think they're located at Station 61. So this will put a captain also at Station 62. So we have better leadership and better coverage. Police are adding 2 patrol officers and adding 1 detective. Library converting 1 part-time position to a full-time position. Engineering adding a project manager to begin in January, and then parks. We've added a lot of parks over the last 5 or 10 years, and it's time for another lead worker in parks. And Power has requested a new lineman and inspector, and this budget funds those positions as well. Any questions on these?
Is that the $3.5 million?
That's the 3.5. Yep, close to it. I mean, there's raises in there as well.
Portion of it,
but that's a big chunk of it is $3.5 million. So I think what's important to point out is, yes, we did grow government. We're asking to grow government. We're proposing to grow government, but it's because of the growth of the city that it's experiencing a proportional growth, right?
Yeah.
You don't add firemen as police if your city isn't growing. Our city's growing. You just service all our residents appropriately, and that's how you do it, is by adding fire and EMS and police. So I think these are really good asks. I think it's very appropriate to be very deliberate about when we add positions to our city. In every case, you could break that down and say, this is because we grew here, we needed more to do this, whatever it might be. And I think that's exactly when you should add resources, is when the growth of your city is proportionate to that. So great job. And I know you spent a ton of time really getting to the heart of these requests. And I appreciate that time and effort to get to this point, because it's a pretty small list, in retrospect, but it's not easy to get to, so I appreciate it. I think it might be interesting at some point to see a graph of FTEs versus population, and I'll bet the slope is pretty dang similar.
Yeah,
there'll be peaks, right? Because it's
right.
not always consistent,
Yeah.
but I'll bet it's overall pretty dang. It correlates pretty well.
I mean, a lot of it depends on what services you provide as well.
For sure. It would be difficult, I think, to compare to other cities because we provide a different subset or a different set of services. But I think if we get questions about growing government, I think it would be a good exercise to go through to say, this is how and this is why proportionally we've grown. Yeah. Thanks, Jordan.
Yep.
I want to also say that I really appreciate the budget in a snapshot. There's 142 pages.
Right.
And some of you may know I don't look at screens all day about budget, so this is so helpful. And I know years ago, after attending the league, I think it was with Councilman Cardin and I, and we said, just make it more visually appealing, easier to digest. And this is awesome.
Yes.
Like looking through it, I'm like, oh, that makes sense. Like, I really enjoy looking at the budget this year.
Seth and I would like to take credit for that, but that credit goes to Carson and our administration.
Carson,
he did some
good
great
job.
work
I
simplifying the budget
appreciate that,
and
and I
making it
think
digestible.
Yes, I think residents will appreciate it. You can look at it. You don't need to look at 142 pages, maybe 20.
Yeah, I think it's the first 10 or so pages.
Yep.
You can get a lot from.
Clearly, you hired somebody. Because it's changed. No, it's really, really good.
Carson's been doing good work.
That's 2 shout-outs to Carson tonight.
I'd second that. I mean, it does look good. It's much easier to digest. So, great job.
All right, let's dig into enterprise funds. So enterprise funds function like businesses, where rates pay for the expenses. So most of these are utilities. You also have the airport and gun club that function as enterprise funds. Again, the budget going down, and again, this is the result of capital needs not being as great and finishing particularly the sewer plant construction. And we have some utility rate increases proposed here. So what we've done is taken the average bill, and we've determined what does the rate need to be to make sure that we have solid cash in each of these funds. So water, 59-cent increase, PI 69 cents, power $2.47, and transportation utility fee, which is a new fee we're proposing. Corey talked about last council meeting. That'd be $2.50 on the per household. So all in $6.25 on the average household, which is a 3% increase to the utility bill. Yeah. Any questions on these rate increases? Okay. All right. Speaking of the transportation utility fee, so this was a topic of discussion in the legislature this year, and a bill that passed made it so that if we do institute a transportation utility fee, it has to be in its own fund. We estimate that the fee would generate $600,000 in revenue in this upcoming fiscal year. Right now, we're spending about $1.9 million on road repair and maintenance out of the streets and storm drain fund. So we could take $600,000 of that and lower that in the streets fund and have it paid for out of this fund. So that's a new fund that people will see. Proposed SFCN residential internet rates. We have on the left-hand side there our current rates. The big change is that what we've found is that there's a benefit to our customers that have our at-home Wi-Fi service. This is a service where you rent a router from the city, and the city can actually see how your internet's performing from their office, and they can troubleshoot many of the problems that you're encountering.
Just to be clear, they can't see what we're.
You are correct there.
What we're surfing. We collectively.
They will see the performance of the speeds and
asking for a friend.
Yeah, I think it's always good to clarify those things. Yeah, so we're proposing some new rates. One is a senior rate for those 65 and older, $35 for 300 megs. A new rate for $50 for 500 megs, a 2 gig rate at $90. Yeah, and all of these rates, except for the $45 300 meg, would include one free router with the internet service. Each additional router would be $5 a month. Yeah. Any questions or comments on these internet rates? Okay. And these are proposed. We need to wait on council approval in June before those excited residents can call and get on these rates. Other noteworthy fee schedule changes, contracted private security use of police officers. So our local universities frequently ask for officers to come help them with large events. I think sporting events, stadium of fire, those type of things. We bill those users $100 an hour currently, and we're proposing that goes to $120. Yeah. Generally, a lot of times those officers that are going are being paid overtime rate by us to go there, which is why that rate is so high. Increases to non-resident library cards are proposed. Rec program inflationary increases. Airport building ground lease moving from 45 cents to 67 cents per square foot. This is a pretty good jump. We're really trying to make it so that the airport users are paying for the airport, and that property tax and sales tax can go to other sources, other needs. And also proposing a Wings and Wheels $10 parking fee. All of these are proposed and would be predicated upon your approval in June. Any questions here?
I have a question on the Wings and Wheels parking fee.
Yeah.
How will they monitor that? The parking's all over the place. Will it be just the parking that's on the property of the city at the airport?
I'm going to look to Corey.
Yes, in the organized parking lots, there's also local property owners that have allowed us to have people park there, so we could have attendants help manage that parking. This came about a little bit from recommendations, I think, from the RAP Tax Committee as they talked about Wings and Wheels and some potential funding there, a request of looking at that parking fee. As Seth and I have discussed, we need to do a little work on a map showing where those fee areas are and directing people there to allow it. So.
You mentioned that there's business owners around that have opened their parking lots. So are you thinking that those businesses could possibly be one of the fee areas?
It could be. The impression I get is some of those business owners are still okay donating it, but why don't you charge for parking that can help offset the costs of the event? So I don't know that it's looked to be a revenue generator for those properties at all.
Right.
They certainly could do that with their own private property, but I think the request was, hey, I'm okay with using the parking for this, but why don't we create some more organization to it?
Okay.
And why don't you charge? And that can help with funding the event.
In the RAP committee meeting that we had when they were discussing this, they had mentioned that the Wings and Wheels is looking at hiring an outside crew to come in and manage parking for that event because it's a little difficult with some of the volunteers that we've had and other things. And so as part of that discussion, they brought up the idea of, well, if you need to hire a crew to come and do that, why don't you look for ways to offset that cost, which brought up the idea of a parking fee. I think we initially, one of the ideas we talked about was just the parking within the airport grounds, the city-owned property, because it's kind of gets you a lot closer to the event, right? So people are more likely to pay for that than maybe some other places. But if they've got a way to be able to use other properties by other business owners to do this as well, then yeah, we'll see what they can figure out.
And I think it makes sense, $10 closer, but I think if there's still a possibility where families that aren't able to pay the additional $10 on top of the tickets, maybe there's some free parking at different areas. So.
Seth just said that, we will have a more detailed plan as we get closer. The Wings and Wheels will happen in September, so we have a few months to definitely iron some of those details out. Any other questions on these fees? Airport recent successes. There's been some grants awarded and some grants that we're still seeking. But we received $1 million from the federal government with assistance from Representative Owens and $3 million from the state. And the grants we were seeking, $1.8 million from Utah County and $5 million from the federal government. And John Curtis's office is assisting with that. And all of this would fund the construction of Taxiway Bravo. So there's a lot happening at the airport, and there are expensive needs there. So these grants go a long ways to helping what we need there. All right, and this will be another item later on in the agenda. But any comments, questions on these?
I guess just a question for you, Jordan. As you mentioned, our sales tax revenues are they're okay, 4 to 6%, typically around 8%. They've been flat in prior years. We discussed a little bit about needs for new hires, which are ongoing expenses. So what are your thoughts or what are the projections for projected or future revenues over the next 4 or 5 years as compared to projected future expenses, ongoing expenses with salary increases and things like that?
I think that's so hard. I think in a lot of ways you've got to take it year by year and make sure that for each year you're looking at operations are paying for operations, but to try and prognosticate what's going to happen in 4 years out.
So suppose the sales tax revenues that we've got are the same next year with the salaries that we've got now. Obviously, if we can do it this year, we could do it next year, right? If sales tax were to go back to zero again and we've now brought on additional hires, I guess at that point you just have to analyze the positions, find areas maybe not quite as large of a salary increase or pay raise this year.
I mean,
just get
if you
creative.
we'll look at what the city did during the Great Recession. There were freezes on hiring and freezes on pay raises and those things. And you also have that sales tax buffer that we could dip into as well. So there's a few different levers,
tools that we have
that you can pull. But yeah, the first thing you're probably looking at is what can we afford to increase, and then you start looking at other things. Yeah, I don't know. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. And so because the fact that sales tax is increasing, it's not decreasing or staying flat. It does give the city the ability to spend more money.
Right.
Basically, want to be clear that the money that we're spending for new hires is not one-time expenses, right?
Correct.
It's money that we're planning for, that hoping or expecting to get year over year.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at the general fund in total, if you look at these expenses by category, it shows you that the capital in the general fund is very minimal. So we're not spending one-time money here. And all of the revenues are pretty much ongoing revenues. Like, if you look at this, grants are very minimal here. When you're talking about $57 million and only $200,000 of this is grant. So 99% of the budget is ongoing revenue. Yeah, so for the most part, the general fund is an operating fund only. But we are taking a portion of the operating revenue and setting it aside for capital.
Perfect.
Yeah, I think those are great questions, Kevin. I think it's important to talk about. With this budget, we're proposing a level of service for the citizens in Spanish Fork. Three more police officers, 3 more fire chiefs, someone else in engineering, and a variety of other things. We're providing this level of service. Next year, if sales tax is flat, we still have it in our budget to provide that same level of service.
Right.
Assuming inflation isn't continuing to go up under this administration. I couldn't help it.
I know, I heard.
I couldn't help it. But so if it's flat next year, we're still okay. If it goes negative, we still have that 20% buffer, right? So we can still provide the same level of service. But there becomes a point where if sales tax is not outpacing inflation and the growth of the city, we have to turn to another revenue source to maintain that level of service. And we'll be faced with continuing that level of service or reducing it.
Or reducing it to pay the costs.
Or raising a revenue a different way. And so I think it is important to have these conversations every single year. We know what we're doing by adding 7-8 additional resources. We have the money to pay for it. It is ongoing, and that is extremely important for everyone to understand. As far as we can look out in the future, sales tax continues to bring in more revenue to offset this. We have some buffer. We have some caution in there. I think there was a big bullet that there is no property tax increase proposed this year. So I think these things we should talk about every single time we talk about the budget, and make those trade-offs when we need to. In this particular year, we're in a good spot. We don't have to have those hard conversations about what we won't provide or what we need to raise. And so I think we're in a good spot this year. And I don't think there's a lot of cities out there that can say that they're pretty comfortable with providing the level of service that the citizens of Spanish Fork expect for the price that they pay. I mean, we just went through the survey results today. While not a lot of folks like us, they do love living in the city, and we love living in the city as well. When you have that kind of approval rating for the city that you live in, we're doing something right. And I think this is where the rubber meets the road in providing those services. So, great questions, Kevin. Every single year we should be asking them.
Yeah, and I think one slide that looking back I should have included is our property tax rate compared to those of surrounding communities. Our property tax rate is really low, and you look at what you get for that, including a new rec center and a full-time fire and EMS staff. I feel like the bang for your buck is really high here in town. One note on revenues, Kevin. When you look at the total revenue here of $57 million, sales tax is about $17 million of that. So you have $40 million other dollars of revenue coming in, and how they perform definitely factors into how well the general fund is doing. If you look at golf course, for instance, not just this $600,000 increase, but the increase we've seen back since 23, it's almost doubled in just a 4-year period. And that is really, that's keeping property taxes low. Like, that's a real thing that's happening, is the success of the golf course is making it so property taxes
because
are able to stay low.
That success of the golf course doesn't just stay at the golf course, it's used in
it's helping pay for
areas of the
firefighters
city,
and
which
police
thank
officers.
you, Dal. Keep golfing.
Some of those things, you look at the energy tax, it's basically flat over that 4-year period. So it does depend on some of these other factors as well. But we have some cushion there, and there's some things that we can pull if needed.
Health and welfare. I'd be remiss if during that golf course discussion not mention that it's not just favorable weather for the last little bit for a golf course, but there's been substantial investments in the golf course as well, and that points to prices you can charge and the people that want to go there and hang out. There's marked improvements in the clubhouse, the expansion, and they're not cheap to do, but the water and power that is used up there in a better way, especially in years where we're talking about being short on water. Smart investments made in the golf course that are already paying off.
All right. Anything else?
I think it's fair. Like, we have 1 month before the public hearing, but all of us up here, if there's questions from the public, right, that they have about the budget, please reach out, whether it's to city staff or to us, because I think this is the time for us to ask questions even before the public hearing, because now is the time to make those changes or to ask the questions that need to be answered. And I know that there's been years where we don't hear anything, and sometimes we do hear a few things, and we love to answer those questions and have those conversations because it helps us to draw eyes to things that you care about as well.
Yeah. And if you're interested in learning about finances, Spanish Fork University is great. There's one night where we talk some finances, but the other 9 nights or however many, you're seeing where those finances are going and the services that are being provided to this community. And that helps you understand the need of the budget.
Does finance win as the most popular night?
Yeah, sure.
I think last time it got 1 vote.
It was an important vote.
That's pretty impressive. That's pretty impressive. Yeah, I would just echo that, Jesse. If anyone wants to reach out, y'all have our emails. Please do. Mine is jcarden@SpanishFork.org. Please reach out and ask the questions.
Shows how much he uses his email. It's .gov now.
Gov now.
I mean gov. jcardone. Cardone at.
So just one follow-up thought. As you're sitting there talking about how do we deal with this circumstance and that circumstance, I'm over here just jumping for joy in my seat because over the last 10 years or so, we've made some significant changes to the budget, and these tools that you're talking about, these levers that Jordan references with his hands in motion, these are very real and important parts of what we've done. The budget is very deliberate, and we are capable of dealing with change as it may come. We're not resilient to anything and everything. We can't predict everything, but we've got some wonderful tools in place. And it always starts with, we just can't do that. Right? That's tool number one. And then when things are flat or things are negative, during 2008, we go back to that because that's a very real time that we can remember. Orem's sales tax was about where we are right now, $15 million. And they went backward from 15 to 13. That's a hard pill to swallow. Right, our sales tax at that time was $4 million, and it went down to 3.5. Relatively speaking, almost the exact same percent. A really hard pill to swallow. We've got levers in place that we can pull. First, starting with, we're just not going to do it. We're not going to grow that way. We're not going to do that. Then, how do we recess for a year or 2 or 3 and keep things going? And I'm so proud of what we've done. It's different, and sometimes the staff has had, convulsions to some of the ways that we've adjusted things, but those convulsions are not because it's bad, or it's just different. But as you understand where we're trying to be and how we're trying to make things function sustainably. And I love the way that Jordan analyzes things. He's brought such a great eye to this, and his eye to the future and in sustainability. I think he's done a great job. If you don't have any other questions, we do need you to approve the tentative budget, and we need you to set a time and place for the public hearing. As typical in Spanish Fork, we do not. You can approve the budget as early as June 2nd, but we would always recommend that you not. But you can. But take that public hearing, receive that comment, those comments. Assume somebody's going to have a comment that we want to follow up on, we want to look into, we want to understand, and then we would prepare to approve the budget in some form on that June 16th council meeting.
Question for Seth or Jordan?
I have one last. So if you look through the budget book, where'd Jordan go? Wonderful graphics. We have a really good graphic that shows where the money goes from an expenditure standpoint. We don't have one collective, where does it come from?
Oh, really? I'll have to take a look at that.
So you have further in the document the pieces of how you make up the revenue side of it, but you don't have, you have the expenditure on page, I don't know what that is. It's the big circle pie chart. You need to, missing one graph.
He's got revenue on.
You get there.
How city finances work, and then.
So if you
can add it up.
What you're saying is you want, so jump to page 19 of the text. You want something like that.
19.
Nope, you want revenue. Sorry, page 21.
Yep.
You want something like that that shows taxes, this portion of the pie. Sorry, sales tax, this portion.
Yep.
Property, etc. Yep. You want something like that.
Yeah. So if you're looking at it's the second pie chart.
Yeah.
Total city budget, expenditures FY27. Really good job of where the money's going. The next slide should be where the money came from. Holistically, the whole 231.1 million. You have it. I can find it. I just like it graphically.
You like the colored pictures.
I do. I like the red. I like the maroon now. I figured out there's 2 high schools in the city.
Good job. We can do that.
See? Mr. Boyack was here. Coach Boyack was here.
Pay some respect.
Yep, absolutely.
That's it. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, as was mentioned by Manager Perrins there, this is to adopt the tentative budget, which does schedule a public hearing for June 2nd. And again, I think well said by council up here that residents don't need to wait till June 2nd to talk to us, ask questions about it, or meet with staff about it as well. I know that's a periodic thing that happens with residents coming and talking to our finance department as well. So not set in stone, but preliminary today, and then would love to hear from you before the public hearing on June 2nd. If anybody's ready to make that motion, I'd say let's do it.
I move to approve the tentative fiscal year 2027 budget and set the public hearing for June 2nd, 2026 at 6 p.m. during City Council meeting to consider adoption of the final budget.
Motion made by Councilman Cardin.
Second.
Second by Councilman Took. A roll call vote here. Councilman Took.
Yes.
Councilman Cardin.
Yes.
Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
And Councilman Marshall.
Yes.
Item D is approved. We'll see everybody on the public hearing of June 2nd. Okay, item E, ordinance adopting the land use element of the general plan. Mr. David W. Mann.
Turn that W upside down, you got it.
David M.
I guess. DMM.
That's how I'm reading it.
So first of all, I just want to express gratitude for being able to work on this project for the amazing city. I'm being completely and totally honest. This has been the highlight of my career. I don't know if it's going to be topped for the rest of my career because it's been a pleasure.
We're going to do this again next year.
And I get to keep working on it. But it's been a pleasure to work on it, to be able to communicate with the residents, with staff, with the mayor and council, to get lots of feedback, to learn throughout this whole process. So I just wanted to say that up front. I'm going to keep my comments brief tonight. I think we've talked a lot about the land use element. I think we're all pretty familiar with what it is, what it contains. But I did want to read this paragraph that's on the first page. It says the land use element is both visionary and practical. It outlines community aspirations while guiding daily decision making. It identifies where uses currently exist so that future uses can be distributed effectively. As Spanish Fork grows and conditions evolve, the document will be updated to ensure policies remain aligned with the city's needs and values. That one paragraph, I think, very well lays out the purpose, the intent, the role that the land use element plays. Last week, I had an opportunity to go to a kind of an initial meeting with other staff and the consultant that's working on the transportation master plan. And we had an opportunity to talk about land use. And I was grateful for the opportunity, but it was challenging because we're still kind of in this process of evaluating the language, the colors on the map, all the elements that are part of this document. And the land use element that's in place right now was adopted over 15 years ago. We still, when people come into the office, we've got a land use map that was once again primarily created about 15 years ago. We are a growing city, we're a changing city, and so we have an opportunity to adopt a new land use element, but as well as that, we can continue to update it to ensure that it remains valuable. This is a document that we want to use regularly. We want to use it so that we can both apply the principles, the goals, the policies, the strategies that are contained in it, as well as continually evaluate it as we apply those. I think it's a great opportunity to continue to build on that idea that this is a living document. We do have some minor changes that have been made. There were some inconsistencies because there was a lot of changes that were made kind of in the first section of the plan, not so much on the second half. And so in order to get some more consistency in some of the language, so for example, the station area designation, talking about a potential future front runner station, rather than having it seem more certain because there is some uncertainty at this time. There's also some language in the gateway designation that wasn't updated when we changed the gateway idea with the confusion that came with the gateway principle and then the gateway land use designation. So this highlights the focused growth center idea, as well as highlighting the northern portion, which is where that land use designation is shown on the proposed land use map. There was also some changes made to this summary of the southwest quadrant of the city, talking about the front runner station, that it's still, there's still some uncertainty there, but that if finalized and funded, a required stationary plan would establish transit-oriented land uses, development intensity, and design standards. And so we wanted to say that, you know, it's not for certain at this time, but if that does become a reality, that's what we have to look forward to. We also added a strategy to the first goal to consider future infrastructure needs when evaluating proposed annexations to avoid inefficient spending of public funds. I think that was something that needed to be highlighted in this section. There's still a lot of things that can be done, but I think there's time to be able to evaluate it as projects come forward, as developers come in with proposals in different parts of the city. And so I look forward to seeing this to the point where it gets adopted and that we can continue to make it work for us as the city grows. I've had to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, David. Appreciate that. Any questions for Dave on this item?
Nope.
No.
I have a lot of questions for you all.
Right.
We might call you back up, Dave.
That's fine.
Yeah, be ready.
Thank you, Dave.
Don't go to dinner yet.
Be ready.
Okay, let's see. Land use element of the general plan here. Remind me, it was the water portion of the general plan last time we discussed?
Yeah, that was, I believe, recently adopted.
We adopted that a meeting ago, maybe a couple meetings ago. But we had this public hearing last council meeting for the general plan here. So not a public hearing tonight, but a hearing up here to be able to discuss it. And we have one attendant here, still maybe if he wants to say something, we could ask him. But yeah, discussion up here. What concerns, what comments, what discussion would you like to have up here that's not been had in the last 1 year and 8 months of discussion of this?
Where do we start? Who starts?
I sent mine.
Go ahead.
Go for it. Go, Jess.
Evan, go.
Yeah, I guess the question is, how do we approach this? Because it feels like there's different areas, lots of different concepts. Do we just pick something and just start talking about it and then jump to the next thing? I don't know.
I think it's the only way to get through it.
Right.
You want to pick a section of it and discuss it further and ask questions?
I
That's a good
think
idea.
That would be a great idea. I think we've all got it in front of us.
I approve the east bench. That's what I'd say.
That's all you got?
That's all I've got.
That's all you've
Good
got.
with the build-out area?
I'm comfortable with everything that's currently built out.
It's built, yeah. I think my first comment to this again is I think that was important what David said about working off some maps, in their office that are some older maps, and the city's changed and adjusted since then. You just heard it. We just had a budget discussion where we touted how healthy of sales tax revenue is, $17 million in a year. That's a $1.4 million average a month in sales tax revenue. That previous general plan map or general plan discussion did not have things that produced that sales tax revenue. So the things that we're proud of, which is why I like today's progress, tomorrow's pride, the things we're proud of today, where our community has evolved to, is because of some good planning and because of that map being amended, the general plan being amended, and this one will be amended too. So I certainly, I think I've said this before, I don't want it to come off that we've done a poor job of planning. Our plan has been updated when it needs to, and it's been a place that I think we could point to that's got us to some success that we like to talk about here in Spanish Fork. But I guess my hockey analogy, since I'm a hockey fan now that we were in the playoffs, big hockey fan,
This is we.
Is the general plan feels more like, instead of skating to the puck, skate where the puck will be. And that's an important concept in that game, is if you skate to the puck, you're probably late to it and somebody else is there. And a general plan feels like, let's have a vision, a 10,000-foot vision of skating where the puck will be. And obviously there's a lot of factors that go into that puck actually ending up there. But I think we have a great history. We have a great working history with our county partners, with a lot of people that used to be areas of the county and are now inside of our city, and we'll continue that tradition going forward as well. I'm confident of that. So again, doesn't need to be perfect, and perfect could certainly be the enemy of good here, but let's talk about the issues you still want to discuss and maybe have debate on. but let's not debate it for another year and a half.
Who's running the computer? Jack, do you have access to that? Can you turn to the land element draft if you've got it open? And maybe go to page 17, which just shows the overall map of all of the changes. Maybe start there. Okay.
It's a pretty small document.
Right.
62 pages.
Smaller than the budget.
It is smaller than the budget.
Is it really smaller than the budget?
Yeah. This is smaller than the budget document.
Can you give me a page again?
17. Perfect. Thank you. Maybe zoom in just a little bit more.
Or would you like to see them?
Just mostly the map. We don't need the text above. Yeah, that's good. That's perfect. Thank you. Jane, I know you shared some things with staff, with the council. I don't know if you want to start with some of the things.
Sure. I knew you were going to do that to me, Kev.
Yep.
You saw my 5 points. The first point is, are our goals right? Are there things that we can add, refine? You don't need to go to the goals. This is a good spot here. I'll get to this point. You could walk through all 15 of those and say yes, no to each one of them. That might be a way to do it. I don't know if we want to sit here and read them all night long. But the one I do want to talk about here today for sure is how to treat, in the current plan, in the current decision of a landowner, APAs, and what the land use designation should be. I've proposed something which is different from the comment I made 2 plans ago. Jesse has proposed something on how to sort of resolve this. We know what I think I have a good understanding of what the people, the property owners of APA specifically. I'm not talking all of Leland. I'm not talking all of Center Street. I'm talking specifically active APAs. My thought is they have come before the board, before us, and said we want to designate our property as APA because we want to farm it for as long as we possibly can. Very, very many times we sit here and we want to support a landowner's decision on what they want to do with their property. And Richard's sitting here tonight saying, yes, I like where he's going with this because he has a change that he wants to make to his property as well. Not every single time do we say, yes, we agree with that property owner. But in this case, they have taken an action that says clearly to me that what they want to do with their property is farm it. So my proposal is to designate the land use in APAs as agriculture. One, because that's the signal they sent to us. Secondly, I think that is the only land use designation that complies with the law for an APA. I disagree with Dave Anderson that any land use is compatible with an APA. I don't believe that is correct. I think this is the only way that we can be compatible. I know we had some debate about it. There was some discussion about it last time, and Vaughn gave us a pretty good answer. That's the one thing that I want to resolve tonight. And if I have to make a motion to do it and we vote and we turn it down, whatever, I want to get some resolution on it. But I think Jesse has an idea that we need to talk about. So
yeah, so the opposite, or because we've been talking about the boundary, growth boundary being used as that carve out. From a good steward standpoint, I do think it makes sense that we need a plan for those areas at some point when they do, or if at some point they change hands or somebody decides to change the way that they're using that land. So my thought is if we were to make a new type of designation in the general plan that simply, so for lack of having them all spelled out on this paper, let's say it's commercial in the future. That's what we have at general plan here on this picture as. but then we put some type of cross-hatching over that APA property that has a key to it that says this cross-hatching means that they're in an APA. We still are general planning it. We are still looking to the future, saying this is what we see this as in the future, but we also recognize that they are in an APA, and they will continue to be in that APA until they decide to be out of it. It then delineates the need to actually use the growth boundary part of this. So, some of it is we're trying to be strategic in what we were using with the growth boundary, but there was still some hesitancy on both sides of the growth boundary, both from city staff. They had come up with a way to make this work, but I still think there was some hesitancy of that being the right way to do it. And I don't know that there's a right or a wrong way to do it, but I think that this cross-hatching, for lack of better words, kind of solves both issues in we're sending a clear signal, this is APA, we recognize it, we see you, we hear you, but we also are saying to ourselves and to the future of the city staff that, hey, this is what we see it as in the future.
So the two arguments or the two problems you're trying to solve is one, the landowner wants to farm it, we're going to acknowledge it. We say that sort of like in the interim between now and some future state, we're going to treat it as agriculture.
Correct.
But plan for the future so that infrastructure that's built, it can accommodate the future land use of that. So that's the idea.
Yes,
right?
100% is the idea.
All right.
I really like that idea. Can I ask though, like if they're in an APA, doesn't everybody already know that?
So
I feel like we're doing like double duty.
So if you look at that map, can you see an APA on there?
No, but is that our responsibility to tell
the state
world?
code that Shane pulled up last time said that it has to be identified in the general plan. And when I know the general plan is the entire document,
okay,
but when I think of a general plan, and I would contend most people think of the general plan, they think of this.
Right, I would too.
And that's why I say that.
Okay.
So I guess my question to that is that the individuals who have approached us with this idea of APAs, in the discussions I've had, want nothing more than to have it designated as ag. I don't know that this is going to make them happy or appease them in any way.
So I guess my purpose, and I state this all the time as a member of the city council, is to make sure that we're doing right by the entire city of Spanish Fork. And I think that you're 100% right. They've said they want to be general planned ag. I don't know that I can, with a clear conscience for the good of the future of Spanish Fork, say that if I general plan that as ag, that I'm making the best decision, because I don't know that that's setting us up for success for what that future looks like. This is the best way I can see us doing this, in a way that tries to do both ways. But again, I don't think everyone is going to be happy about it, but it also shows clear indication that we are trying to work with what they've done. They went through a step to make it ag protection, and so we're just identifying it. But we're also not setting ourselves up for a big problem in the future when somebody does change landowners and they decide that they need to develop, and now all of a sudden we're digging up hundreds of miles, that's not right, but hundreds of feet of road to put in a bigger sewer line, a bigger whatever, because we didn't plan correctly.
Agreed.
Are you sure that's what that property owner's asking?
Say that again?
You sure that's what that property owner's asking for? I guess you better ask the property owner if they're okay with hash marks on the map, and if they're okay with bigger pipes going down the road.
Well, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that I'm trying to hear what they have said as their reasoning, but also to say that, hey, this is what state code has said, is that we need to identify it on a general plan and to show it. I don't think that I'm saying necessarily that we have to do what every
we think these planners are breaking state code. Our general
That's not what I'm saying either, though. I'm saying that I'm trying to do what I am taking all the information that is coming towards me and saying this is my idea.
Okay. So are we talking about APAs inside Spanish Fork or outside Spanish Fork?
Inside Spanish Fork.
So there's one. We're talking about one property.
I'm talking about anything that we have designated
or general plan for.
In general plan for that is an APA.
That's what I meant to say.
So you're talking about our
property.
Growth policy.
Much more than one property.
So you can see our growth policy
but not inside our city.
inside a future city.
Inside our
Talking
growth
about the
boundary.
growth policy.
Yeah.
So you're talking not annexed inside.
We have designated the river bottoms as agriculture. That's not in our city. So why are we? What's the designation? What's the reasoning behind that? Why would we? Why is it okay to put a designation
just trying-
outside of our city boundary?
Well, because you do
in
it
one
with the
area,
general
but
plan.
not in other.
Yeah, you do it with the general plan.
Yep, and that's what we're talking about.
Okay,
We're talking about general planning, all the area that we think that could be
That's
potential
what I'm trying to
Spanish
get
Fork.
more specific on. You're not talking about the one spot.
APAs.
But APAs outside are, you're not talking about one specific APA inside our
I'm
city.
talking
limits
about
now.
APAs.
Okay, so APAs, they're inside our growth boundary, not inside our city.
Well, the future growth boundary, they would be outside of it because that's the proposal on the table, is to put them outside the growth boundary. But generally, yes.
Okay, real quick, terms, growth policy, not growth boundary.
Yeah, that might be helpful for me.
Yes, it's our policy, not our boundary, because our boundary is a totally different map than our policy map.
You're right. Thank you.
Our policy.
That clarifies it for me. Thank you. So Jesse, you're saying, I get what you're saying, and I think where I got to with that, I mean, if I'm sure none of y'all read the email previous time, but it had a very similar concept of that. It was basically, in the interim, call it ag, but long-term plan it where we think that it's going to convert to. I think that has some benefit. I think that if I am a property owner next door to that APA, I'd want to know what that future potential is in that APA, because I think that's important. Though, there are many properties, and Richard has one of them, that will change over time for a variety of reasons, potentially, right? How do we, I mean, we're not hashing all of those, right? There's a commercial spot. There's a area around the Benjamin interchange that we're going to make some general plan assumptions around, and 6 months from now, change those potentially, right? So we're not hashing those out. So that's my only problem with the proposal. I like it. Where does it end? I think that the exact same thing should apply, if that's the methodology you go to the river bottoms. You can't tell me that they're preserved forever, and if they do develop, they will have an impact on our infrastructure. So should we do that? Should we say that if it ever happens, which we never want it to happen, please, community, don't suggest that I want the river bottoms to develop, but if they did, they will have a impact to a sewer line that's going somewhere. Should we plan the same way? Or should we call it what it is today and evaluate the general plan as needed as we move forward? I like the idea. It's hard. It's tricky why we apply it one place and not another place.
So the only difference I would say is that we have made at least from my understanding of the past and what we've talked about with the river bonds, we have made a decision that we're saying this is what we see for future use in the river bottoms. We're not saying that in the future we see it turning to this.
Right, correct.
So that would be the difference, I would say. There.
Okay, so then if that's fair, if you asked a property owner that wants to continue to do agriculture, they would say that that's their intent as well, knowing that there's always a potential for change, right? But that would be their intent, to farm forever.
Right,
so
but
then,
if we were to ask the same property owners in the river bottoms, their intent is not necessarily to farm forever. They have different intent.
half are farm and half are
Sure.
I want my.
But when we general plan, we're not always saying, hey, this is what the property owner is planning to do in the future. That's why I'm saying I'm trying to appease both sides, right? Trying to say, hey, we're identifying this, but we're also planning for the future, because at some point that is going to change.
Yeah, I'm not trying to argue against your idea, because I think that it has some merit and it solves some immediate issues today, but prepares us for the long term. I think that it has some benefits. I'm just trying to reconcile it with the rest of the plan, because there are places that will and could and will change. And we don't hash those. Is that not the point of an updated general plan? Is to evaluate it at some future date and say, what information do we have today? Are landowners making a different decision wherever that might be, and do we need to update it accordingly? The map that's up there today that's our current plan, and I think Mike said it very well before. I don't always disagree with him, but just sometimes. But he made a great point that we have learned a lot from this. We have developed in a very productive way, and we've made changes from when this was approved.
For sure.
Right? So it's an evolution. I think Dave started this in the paragraph. This is a plan that evolves over time. To me, that's where I got to with this recommendation, was it's going to be rehashed and discussed in the future. And if we want to put a date on it, that might even, let's not wait 10 years and have some poor schmucks up here having this debate again. Let's pick an area and say, you know what, that's evolving quicker. Let's talk about it in 5 years.
Okay, so Shane, your item number 2, APAs.
Only APAs.
Based on your discussion, your suggestion, and what's up on the map, I know the colors behind it are different than what we're proposing, and Seth, maybe I can ask you or whoever's, is this an accurate, updated APA map?
So what I've tried to show here, and I wonder if this is perhaps what you're saying, Jesse. If you could, what if we, pardon?
Sorry, go.
What if we take this view and add it into the document as map next or map before?
Correct.
And so now it's not a crosshatch of a kind of a thing, but this shows all of those APAs are in here.
Yes.
And on the document, in the document, I think it's page 12-ish. That's, if you click general plan, get that off for a second. That's the view that's page 12.
Correct.
With some other lines and things, and then turn that back on and go turn off the APA. It's up. Yeah, we try to make them alphabetical, actually. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. That's it without, that's page 17. We don't have, now turn that ag protection back on. Would that accomplish what you're trying to say by having that show through and say, this is where, we want you to see it, but underneath it is what is intended. But now it's not a whole other thing. We're not separating things. We're just blending.
Correct.
This is exactly what we want. You just pushed a button, right?
Okay.
It's layered.
So that's Jesse's.
The maps are already in there.
That's Jesse's recommendation, which
document
makes sense. Going back to Seth or to Shane, then your recommendation is that they've told us they're in an APA. They've told us they're going to farm forever. Let's just make it and designate it in the general plan as ag. That's your recommendation.
Correct.
Okay. Let me speak to that now. The reason why I don't, my thoughts on that. And
you can say you don't like it. It's totally fine.
Why I don't love it.
You like it, but you don't love it.
Why I don't love it.
Okay, that's fair.
So here are my thoughts. Slowly, over time, you're going to get one property owner here and there that are going to say, you know what, pull me out of the APA. And then do whatever you got to do at that point. As they do that, those pieces will slowly, start to change. One of the things over the 4 years that we've served together that you have been very adamant about, you know where I'm going with this.
I do.
You know exactly where I'm going with this.
Yep.
You have been very
You're going to say
adamant
one-offs.
Is that you hate when the city
Have you gone back and reviewed all of this?
Well done,
right?
Kevin.
Very well done.
Is that not true?
That is very true. Yes.
You're setting future councils up for 1 million, maybe not 1 million, but so many one-offs by doing exactly what you're suggesting.
Dang it. You're correct. Yeah.
Dang it.
Should you drop a
his
pen
middle
or
name?
something?
His middle name's a one-off.
It has been negative one-off. That is for sure.
So that's why I don't love it.
That's fair. It's a valid. I think wherever you got that information from is a solid argument. Whoever said that to you is a genius. No, that is very consistent with how I've been in the past, for sure. The reason that I am hyper-focused on APAs is because it limits the conversation, limits the area very, very specifically. I think there is a general sentiment, and we heard it from, I think, more than one person. I think Lisa said this, to change the whole area to some other land use designation. And I don't know if that's right or wrong. That's what we heard, right? And so if we, the reason I can probably wrestle myself away from the one-offs is because it's very deliberate and specific to a process that a landowner went through to say, I want to continue farm, and this is the way I want to do it. But
I don't think those landowners that are in the APA expressly. If the feeling I'm getting from them is not as much acknowledgement that they need from us to do what they do. They think they went to APA. A lot of them, well, for some they knew that something would happen around them, and they said, I want an additional protection for what happens around me. So they know these guys are going to sell, and I'm not going to buy it. Somebody else is going to buy it. And I'm okay with that happening because
absolutely, that's why I want to.
That does more for me when I decide to do more for me. I mean, that's That's the literal words that have been said to me, and those people are in an APA. So to give much more of acknowledgement on top of the APA, besides showing it on our maps like they are, feels like, okay, let's tell you what you got. And I know what I got. I'm a farmer, and you really can't stop me from farming or getting my water or doing anything that I want to do because I have these rights. And so it feels just like acknowledging what's already facts and already law and already what the legwork they've done.
So I really like what Jesse's thought of here.
You love his.
I love his. Sorry, Shane, but I do. I love his. Yours, but so I think we're just missing one more. In my opinion, we're just missing one more thing with this, and that's what the city's already suggested with the growth boundary and anything. So we overlay it like we've got it here, but then we also add in the additional growth boundary where if you're an APA and you're not in the city, you are removed from our growth boundary, which it sounds like I think that's what we've already discussed and come up with. Outside of that, I mean, that's basically telling the world this is an APA. You can see it on the map. It's not in our growth boundary, so we're not going to service it. And so until that changes, leave the property owners alone because they have their intention to do what they're doing today. And the city has zero intention of bringing it into Spanish Fork. I don't know if we add anything to our annexation policy that includes this and says if it's not in the, and maybe we already do, maybe it already says if it's not in the growth boundary that we don't annex it. Vaughn, do you know offhand?
The policy says today, as it's written in the general plan document that you're reviewing, it would tell us if it's in APA. I don't know if I'm answering your question, so keep me on track. If it's in APA, you shouldn't generally consider to annex it.
But not necessarily the APA, but the growth boundary policy. When we annex, are we also adjusting at that same time the growth boundary?
You shouldn't annex
if we're not
outside of the growth boundary,
right? And so,
and if you're going to annex outside of the policy boundary, then that's the process that you went through.
But as far as the growth boundary, if we're saying if you're in an APA, you're not in that growth boundary, then we wouldn't even be considering annexing them.
Correct.
Because of those.
I mean, you can. Nothing in this document binds your hands. It gives you guides, but the guidance that this document says is if it's in APA, generally you shouldn't consider it because they aren't looking for municipal services.
Vaughn, push your mic. You're getting the.
To annex has to be within your annexation policy boundary. Your growth boundary is a guiding principle. Same with your general plan, but you were required to have it within your annexation policy plan to annex it.
And obviously, we just approved one tonight that took a process that wasn't inside of it, right? We started with amending the growth policy, and
correct.
They kept asking, annexation, and now we finalized an annexation agreement. So,
seeing Kevin, to my one of the reasons why I was saying putting the maps together, because I personally don't know that we need that growth boundary protection at that point, because I feel like this fulfills what we've been trying to, what I've been seeing as us trying to do, is sending a clear message that this is an APA, we recognize it, it's there. The only other option would be is that it gives city staff more of a tool to say, don't go talk to those property owners when somebody comes in. That would be the only thing that it adds.
Yeah.
That I don't think that this.
And I agree that does the purpose. I think just the growth boundary part of that is it reinforces this.
Sure. Yeah, I just don't know that it's necessary anymore. But I think that I could see the reason why we'd want to do it still. But I don't know that it's necessary at that point.
Okay. Maybe staff can answer me this. So, are there decisions that we make based on the land use designation in the general plan as we move forward over time? So, I don't love Jesse's recommendation, but I don't hate it. No, just kidding. This is what we should be doing, everybody. I think this is good for us. I like this. I'm going to lose. I get it. It's typical. It's fine. What I'm wondering is, would we make a different decision? So let's say he makes a motion and it moves forward. In the interim, it shows on a map as an APA. We're going to treat it like it's ag. Can we say that? Can we say that in the interim, between now and some future state that the landowner wants to do something different, we're going to treat it as ag?
I like that, because I think there's a concern where when you're putting together a plan, you're saying at build out, this is what we're going to have. Well, what if this piece that we've designated as high density residential, which is in an APA today, never actually becomes high density residential? How do we then plan, the future accordingly with where we've designated something that will never come to pass?
Mm-hmm.
Is that now taking up that allocation for, removing it from some other place in the city because we've said right here it's going to be this, when it may never be? Is that kind of your concern?
That's kind of that's my concern. And I think additionally to that, the property next to this APA that we're going to, treat like ag, would we make a different land use decision on that property, knowing that ag is going to be there forever? Is it, to Lisa Olson's point, lower density, and then it increases density as you move away from the farm?
There's where it comes in my question. I think we need to be clear-eyed and clear-voiced. If that's our intention, you are making some substantial decisions to people that aren't in farming.
For sure, absolutely.
And you're making that case because you're saying, well, there's a farm next to you that wants to be a farm forever. Well, we can drive up and down the state and see commercial buildings and restaurants and grocery stores right next to active farming.
Absolutely.
All over.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if we made decisions like that in our current general plan on a consistent basis, that number we just touted of what we get to use to build rec centers and fund cops and everything else is a third of it. Or half of
for
it.
sure. Yep, I agree with you, Mike. We do that in the river bottoms. We say, because of your general plan, landowner, you're not going to develop.
Sure.
So the property taxes in the river bottoms are gone.
Sure.
We do that all the time. I'm not arguing that it's the right thing, and I think that it's very tricky down here because there is at least, like if you looked out there, 100 years, you could see potentially Leland developing and not the river bottoms. I totally understand that part. And so I think it's easier to say in that area that we're making decisions that affect property owners' bottom line because it's lower density, growing to higher density, or whatever. I totally understand that. That is the challenge of
and those two,
the general plan.
Those two, maybe apples and oranges, or apples and what's close to an apple. I don't know.
It's not a direct correlation.
There's farm ground, and there's farm ground, and then there's a freeway, and there's not a freeway, and then there's services and a floodplain, and then there's utilities and no utilities.
Sure.
And so
the chances yes, I'm with. I get you.
Geographically, I would hate to say. I mean, south of Arrowhead Lane in Leland is Salem. And the property owners there, there are some of the same property owners on the north side and on the west side, a lot of the same names. And that ground is graded and ready and saying, come one, come all.
For sure.
That is not next to the river bottoms.
Nope.
Anywhere. And it's not going to be there for a long time.
If we would have,
you have so many people that have to get together and say, here's how much we're going to put up to get these roads, sewer, water, power, and everything through here. And it's such a huge lift. Where some of that stuff's already out there.
If we general plan the river bottoms as quarter acre lots, all of that would happen.
100%.
Tomorrow.
100%. And no one is asking for it.
Yes and no.
I disagree that no one's asking it.
Yes and no.
One property owner.
I think there are other additional factors besides general planning with the river bottoms that leaves
There are
what
some.
it is. The fact that it's located where it is and historically the floodplain and everything else, there's more than just general planning at a quarter acre.
I get you. And I'm not, again, public, not arguing to fill up the river bottom homes. I'm not. I'm saying that we make those type of decisions in a general plan all the time.
We do.
We say we generally want this type of use here, 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 and here.
Yeah.
And it changes the way the city develops. It changes the property values at times. It changes a bunch of things.
Yeah, you based on one zone.
We do it all the time.
One
and that's
general
the hard part
plan
of the
or
job.
one zone change. You could make one because we had this issue on South Lane in town, where you had a property owner on the north side of the road that was able to develop, made lots of money. Property owner on the south side, which is in the county, not in Spanish Fork, wanted to develop, but for whatever reason, the city didn't move in that direction. They sold their house. They did not make a lot of money. I'm sure they made money, but probably not as much as the property on the north.
Right.
That happens all the time. I remember on Planning Commission with John Mendenhall, him often saying to property owners that,
now he's quoting you. Yes.
Man, if my house or property hadn't been in Palmyra, but had been closer to this or that, I would have gotten a lot more for it. But
location matters.
Location absolutely matters.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and we don't. And I think all of our documents and this updated document should still reflect. No, farm is, as long as you own a farm, we don't think you need a lot of permission from us to do that. Let's make marks on a map if that's what you want in some way. But it would be a disservice to our general plan, I think, to say on an exit we're not planning for something else going there.
Sure.
And I'll
the
be
APA is not on the exit, by the way.
I'll be honest with you, Shane. I think APAs, to be honest, have been overused in our county in the sense that, in my mind, ag is 40,000 acres up in Box Elder. Or
there's a data center on top of that now, so.
an actual full-on ag production where you're if you're growing hay to sell to your neighbors, you're farming. But I don't know that I would consider that ag, and why that gets protected. People smarter than me know and understand that, but in my opinion, I just feel like APA, like ag protection, and what people consider ag is maybe not what those were intended for.
Gotcha. It sounds like Jesse has a solid plan. Jesse, you want to make a motion and move this thing forward?
Well, are we?
It would be a motion direct staff because you'd probably want to see some text.
Yeah, I'd like to see it changed, and then I think I would be ready to vote after that.
I think this is my perspective. I've made a bunch of comments to Dave and Seth. Some of them get implemented, some of them don't. For good reasons. I'm not complaining to you guys. The challenge is
some of them have been implemented, though, right, through this process.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I checked one off just today because Dave went over some language that we were very clear on. A station area plan was proposed, and page 18 does a really good job of putting clarifiers around it. But then we made it more permanent as we moved the document. And he pulled up the thing and said, "Hey, we're going to change it." Absolutely, they made changes. Don't get me wrong. Part of their challenge, though, is I'm one vote. And what do they change based on my one vote? So what I would love to hear is, Jesse, you say, this is the direction I want to go. Whether we vote or not, you get buy-in from 3 of 5, and they go and make some changes. Otherwise, it's your idea, and then it's Kevin's idea, and then it's my idea. Like, we got to give them some good, solid direction from the majority of the people sitting up here.
How hard is it? I mean, again, I think you're talking about hash marks on. Are you talking about hash marks on a lot of property down there?
Well, it's whatever the APA button was, right?
You turn that back on, Jack.
Yeah. It seems like it's.
And
I don't know how you. To be honest, I think it's going to be a little bit more work than us pushing the button. Oh man. To make it whatever the color works, because we've got to be able to see both still, right? Yeah. So I think that there is a little bit more work there than just, hey, it's going to happen. I think there's going to be
there's some text of why it's there. Why is there this hash mark?
Which I think if you're going to do the text, you're going to explain it. You're going to explain it to that many property owners in those APA areas that, hey, it's not green now. It's kind of green with some crosses in it.
It wasn't green before.
It's on page 12. It's green.
If you want to keep it supplemental pages, you can keep it supplemental pages. I'm saying
I like the overlay.
Put the overlays together, though, regardless of how we're doing this.
So are you proposing that you take page 12 basically and overlay it, even though it's already here?
Just
want me to understand.
Or if it's just you keep APAs, so you've got page 12, you keep 17, but then you've got an additional one that shows.
I don't think it hurts the document to create another map that shows the APAs overlaid underneath the layers of the land use.
Okay.
Yeah, I think.
Well, then
I don't think that hurts.
That doesn't take that doesn't take time to study it.
And so I guess the question.
Yeah. So what Shane is saying is just
put some text with
all of you guys right now seem like you're saying, I like that.
Yeah.
We're hearing you.
The
we can add
question
that.
I've got, Seth, then is if we're looking at the interactive map and you click just general plan, are you going to see the overlay?
No, you'll have to click the other layer, but it's right there. It's a layer that's in the map system. Yep. It's not hard to do. It's just a layer.
Right.
Yeah. Click it.
Okay.
So you're saying we cannot approve anything today. We have to give you direction, and then this will come back to us again?
Yeah, because
I'm not saying that either. You guys decide that.
My question with the approval is, if there's one approval, there's one motion we're making tonight, right? How do we, because I don't feel like we're done discussing the general plan. I think there's some other things that we need to bring up. So this is one item of the motion that we need to make eventually, or do we suggest staff take this back and do something with it, and then we come back with an actual motion once this has been applied to it? I don't know.
I would suspect that there are a couple of things that we're going to debate and give staff direction on so that it comes back in a format that we can take a vote on.
Right.
It's my opinion that staff needs clear direction from at least 3 of the 5 voting members on what to change in the map. So while it might not be he makes a motion and we vote on it, maybe it is Jesse's motion is to do the hashing and we vote on it. They have good, clear direction, but that's just a piece of the map. A piece of the overall document. We haven't approved it. But the challenge has been from day one, there are 5 opinions, 6 opinions about what to do wherever, And how do we get resolution if we don't give them direction and vote on it? I don't understand how that would be.
I think that's the problem of maybe why we're maybe to this point, right? I think there's some frustration, probably from city staff side more than any. They're not going to say that, but because we haven't given them clear direction, because we haven't had this conversation in a way that we can actually debate some of those things. For sure. Whether that could be our fault, that could be.
This could be the time when we needed to.
But this might be what we need, right? And so I do think there's a few more things that need to happen. I don't know that there's a ton, but I do think there's still some that are going to take probably the same amount of time, right? So to Seth's point, I think, and maybe we need to be clear, is are we all, or how many of us are on board with that direction? Because then that's the direction that city staff is going to go. I don't know where everyone else is at. I've obviously been clear where I'm at.
So, and where you're at is you want an actual general plan that shows the overlay.
Yeah, and then you can have separate maps that show the other stuff, right? Like in I think keeping it. So you're adding additional map that shows it, and then give it some text, to Shane's point, so that people understand why it's there.
So not just a clicking of the two maps that are available, but you want the general plan map to actually show the overlay. Correct. Is what you're asking.
Yeah.
If I could offer a
different than what I was hearing, but
you could make a motion to continue the item, but with direction to staff on make that map that you described, the text, what other issues you still think need work, and then see if that motion passes. If that motion passes, then we have clear direction from majority of the council.
Because how do you do that, Seth? Because without an actual designation in the general plan, if you click the general plan map just like you did, it's going to show just the general plan.
So I guess for me, I'm going to use my teenage friend's language. It's not that deep. We can have the land use map, and we have the APA map, and it's just layered. And if you're going to be on the internet, you just click the layers and turn them on, and you can see them all. In the document where you don't have the ability to, it's not living and breathing, we can create a layered map that shows it. It just has them in an image like this. This is the old general plan, but in an image that's like this, where it has the APAs underneath it. So you can see them, and we just print that in, and we just put that in here and identify it. This is how it looks, overlaid the APAs with the land use designations.
But the people you're talking about coming and approaching these people are not just looking for a hard printed map. They do get online and can click around and find.
And they can turn on any on all the layers that they want. Yeah, it's very functional.
5 years from now, are we going to be using a printed document? We're going to be going with that.
Yes.
We currently are.
We are.
Are you? I hope so, because David, I know, has put a lot of work into it.
Yeah.
So are we
good to move on? And do you want me to make a motion?
I'm a no.
Okay, you're fine.
So
I'll just make the motion. So I move that we table the general plan discussion. Are we going to go with more tonight?
Are we done tonight?
You guys
move on to the next one. Come back to it.
Okay. Never mind.
Dill.
Yeah, sorry.
I thought we were moving.
I think I guess I don't know. Are we done with general plan topics tonight and we're ready to keep going with the agenda, or we got more we want to talk about with the general plan? Because I'd like to talk about stationary and west of I-15.
Do it.
I think we need to talk more, but I think we need to agree on this area. Have we given enough guidance?
I think what Vaughn was saying is get all of the issues that we talk about on the table and make a motion to continue, and then staff go do this, this, and this, and this.
Yeah.
And one of those thises
Is this?
is that. Yes.
That's what I mean. So should we at least make sure we have 4 or 3 of us?
I think you have
this?
3.
Okay. You have your direction, correct?
On this one item, yeah.
Yes. Okay.
I will probably summarize in the end to make sure that I'm there. Yeah.
But there still needs to be a motion.
Correct.
Right?
And so what I'm going to do.
I don't know why we can't just say.
Why not make it clear?
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
I'm not ready for a motion. They're not ready for a motion. What they're saying
Why can't we
is,
take why cannot we have a motion directing staff to do something?
You can.
7 times.
You can do that. Absolutely.
Then we would be clear each and every time.
Yeah, you can totally do that. I move to direct staff.
It's not on the agenda.
This is general plan.
This is general plan.
Absolutely, it's within the
Yep. Yep.
It's not a resolution. It's not. It's just a unified moment where you say, So I'm going to speak as if I was Jesse, because apparently it's Jesse's motion. I move to direct staff to add a map to the general plan document that is a layered map showing the APAs and the land use designations in one image.
Correct.
Well done, Jesse.
Thank
And
you,
then
Jesse.
you guys,
with some text to back it up.
with some explanatory text that tells the story. And then you guys say yes, 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 no, because you said no. Yeah, you said no. I can read, and I listen.
Or listen, maybe.
And then I move on. And then when we're done, you either say, now that we've had that direction, I say we table this until a future meeting, and then we table the item.
Yes.
Are you good with that?
That's fine. And then we're going on to. Yeah, I think that's what I was saying.
The
I think
worry
you could
that I
write these
think
down.
Shane has is that
gonna
if
say
we
no on
do it
this and
all in
yes on
one
the other
motion, Landon's going to say no because of number 4.
Yeah.
Jesse's going to say no because of number 3. Kevin's going to say no because of.
Finally agree on something.
I
tonight.
do.
Yeah.
So this could
I don't.
be
Dang it.
direction for
I
you.
wanted to say
I would entertain
I think that's
a
the word.
motion, a motion for clear direction to staff on the specific piece that you want to discuss.
I move to direct staff, which sounds really funny, to create a map with the general plan and the APA overlay in one map with text to back it up.
Okay, I think they know what we're talking about.
So we need a second, and then we have to vote it.
Everybody got that? Okay, motion made by Councilman Cardin. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Councilman Euler. It's a roll call vote. Councilman Euler.
Yes.
Councilman Cardin.
Yes.
Councilman Took.
Yes.
Councilman Marshall.
No.
Councilwoman Beck.
Yes.
It's not an item, but that direction has been given.
We didn't vote on it.
Yeah.
Clear as mud.
Okay. We didn't vote on it, but we voted on it.
I lost, and I think that's makes me way more comfortable being able to resolve these things as we move forward.
Something you're used to. Keep.
I operate uncomfortable.
Can we address any other things
you're
in
used
that
to.
specific
You're used to losing.
area?
Just talk to Gary.
If there are things, we can jump to.
I just figured if we're in that area down by Leland,
Keep talking about it.
yes, I have, if that's okay. I know they talked about this in commission meeting and on 9th South. There's a lot of requests, and the Commissioner Woodhouse brought it up, to, instead of having medium density on 9th South, to have it low density.
North of 9th South, correct?
Both sides, from what I understand. It sounds like the concerns are that residents at this moment in time could build townhomes. Is that right, South? South?
Well, it's general. It's not zoned.
It's,
So it's medium,
it's not
right?
zoned, but I mean they could ask for it and it would comply with the general plan.
8 units per acre, right?
Up to.
Mm-hmm. So it sounds like they're concerned in that area, so to just keep them as is, so someone doesn't come in and start making townhomes or adding homes. They would love just a little area right there on 9th South to be low density.
So as is because as is what's on the map right now,
Correct.
which is medium density.
Right.
And nothing changed there.
So I guess the only thought I would have is to take the property north, which surrounds the river. My thoughts are any property around the river, I'd rather have a low-density property than a bunch of houses close to the river. But I say that, and we just approved a whole bunch of houses close to the river.
Yes, you did.
He did a one-off.
So,
dang it! I hate when my words come back to me.
I just wanted to bring it up because it was a comment that Commissioner Woodhouse made, and I just wanted to make sure we address it.
Do
while
you
we're in
support that
area.
comment?
I think I do, but I would love to hear what you guys say. If you're all a no,
Then you will change?
maybe I'll be a Shane, and I'll suggest it, and you can all vote it down.
I think if you suggested it.
But I'd love a discussion. Does it make sense to do low density?
Yeah.
Can we pull it up on the big map? Is that okay to look at that, Jack? Or
Do we have the proposed general plan?
It's
in lieu of.
Do we have it in the GIS, the proposed, somewhere that we can access? I feel like that's behind kind of the beta door. Okay.
Beta door?
Yeah, so just go to the document.
This is on page 39.
Yeah, just go to the document, and we can zoom into where Councilwoman Beck is talking on the
Currently
document.
zoned RR, just for.
It's good to know.
Thanks for that, Jesse.
30-something. I'll tell you when to stop.
Medium, but it's not yet.
17.
But general plan is medium.
No,
medium
go
density.
go down to
Oh,
the
you want
targeted
that?
area.
It's not changing
Keep going, keep
designation.
going. No whammies.
It's why those people, why the landowners
Keep
have come in
going.
here saying,
Yeah.
hey, the general plan
Almost.
is
Almost.
medium density
Stop.
residential.
Correct.
And then zoom
We
in a
own
little
this
tighter.
ground.
You.
It's
A little bit more.
our rural residential now. We'd like to put plans in front of you to go medium density residential, like they have. I mean, they've brought those plans in front of us.
What do you guys think?
Worth
it or?
So I like the idea. You've got LDR to the left, you've got LDR to the right. Above 900 south, you've got MDR and MDR. The MDR west of I-15 has been underwater recently, and so that one I would be concerned about putting a lot of homes on. And so that one I would be more comfortable with an LDR. And then if you were to just tie in the north of 900 south as LDR as well, then you've got
Right.
that whole strip, which is LDR. Low density.
Your landowners and developers will talk to you different about why, if it's underwater, why it shouldn't be LDR.
Why it should be more medium or high density instead? Because of the cost to fix the problem? Is that why or what?
Low density residential, where do you see low density residential inside the city?
All along the river?
But not in the floodplain, and not where they can dig basements, right?
Yeah, right, all like by the sports park.
Right. So they can dig basements there. They would
yes.
tell you what Kevin's saying. That's underwater over there. The water table is different
So
there.
Single families without basements is not realistic, is what you're saying. Which makes sense.
Yeah. Which, I mean, you can ask somebody that builds for a living, but they're going to tell you that's a tough product. That's why that's part of the reason why they come to you to say, in these places that are a little wetter, that the water table doesn't allow basements, that it's more medium density residential, it's commercial stuff, it's industrial stuff, it's slab on grade type things you can do.
Makes more sense because you're not doing the basement.
Yeah, I listened to Commissioner Woodhouse comments of where he lives and talking to a couple of people. Again, I think it's some colors on a map that if it makes you more comfortable, it's his property and his direct neighbor's property, and none of them have ever reached out to me and said, hey, here's the high density, or the medium density, plan that I want to talk to you about. I think going south of there,
we've seen plans recently.
We've seen plans. We're going towards an exit. That's just starts to smack different to me of the landowners down there. I think we'd need to have some decent reasoning of.
Yeah, and I don't think he doesn't want to move, or he's not suggesting all of it MDR.
Yeah. So
LDR, sorry.
We've got the ESA just north of there. How did we determine what is environmentally sensitive area, and how do we come to that conclusion?
So, David, you might be the best one to speak to this that's here. I'll say something, and then why don't you fill in some of the coloring here. The blue is less developable, I think, than ESA.
The light blue is the floodway.
Yeah, and so you can't do anything inside the blue. The river itself is not that wide in that point where you're seeing on the west of the freeway, right? The river channel itself isn't that wide, but it is when the river is high. And then the ESA, go ahead and speak to that, what you know, David.
Yeah, and the intent was always to identify places where development would be very difficult or very expensive due to natural landscape, whether it's the floodplain, whether it's a steep slope, whether it's whatever the case may be.
Okay.
But
so
not
there's more than just floodplain issues with ESA. Otherwise, you would just designate it floodplain.
Right. Well, the floodway is that's basically there's nothing that can go there. The ESA is more identifying other areas that are kind of beyond that floodway that also would be very difficult or expensive to develop.
Yeah, and I need to point out floodway and floodplain are very different words. Yeah, and so an ESA can be inside of the floodplain, but it is not the floodway. The floodway is the floodway, which is the Blue River kind of thing. The ESA, I think in this case I don't know if it's delineated or not, or if we just know that it's, I don't know why this particular parcel is designated ESA. But
it's always underwater.
While this is up, where's Center Street? Is it?
Zoom out.
No, don't zoom out, because I think it's the very, very top, right?
Yeah, top right.
Why is there ag next to an interchange?
Not an interchange yet, is it?
I think I can speak to that.
It's the most approved future thing we have. Why would we want ag there?
I can speak to that. David, do you want to speak to that? That's the Larson Family Farm area, the Rex Larson Family Farm area, right?
Yeah, I don't know if Corey can address it more, but my understanding is that the floodplain there is much more extensive and more difficult to develop than it would be in other areas along the floodway.
All the way to Center Street?
No. It's not. Yeah, it's not Center Street. That's, what is that, First South?
Yeah.
That's First South, the one that borders First South.
So it's a block off.
Yeah, it's a block off of Center Street.
One of the most major interchanges we have.
Right, or will have.
That we're going to put, we're going to general plan ag.
They've asked for that, correct, Seth?
The family.
Yeah, like they're planning on.
So have others. So
yeah.
Please define for me when we're going to say yes to an ask and no to an ask. I mean, others have asked. Richard's going to ask. When do we say we want this because it's the best future use of Spanish Fork?
If it needs to be ESA, then that makes sense to make it ESA. But your question is why ag?
Yeah, why ag in a place that is very, very close to a future interchange? And not even, I mean, I'm not going to speak in one-offs. At least I hope not. When I talk about a station that is proposed, there is not a proposed interchange, a environmentally approved interchange at Center Street, right? That's a given. Now we're just waiting for funding. So in a given like that, it seems odd that that's a place that we would want ag.
Right next door to the station.
To a station, to an interchange, like.
Yeah,
I'm confused as how we are making decisions. They seem inconsistent, I guess is my point.
I think the floodplain is, and maybe we'll switch over to a map in a second that can help that. This is not meant to answer the question I think you're asking, but this should go like this and T here. So Center Street won't be over here.
Okay.
It will be something like that. So the trajectory of the road will be different. Jack, I'm going to give you this so you can maybe go to the city's map and turn on floodplain, I think.
So, okay.
I don't know, but I think a good portion of that ag area is in the floodplain. Yeah. Is that going to be in hazards? Keep talking. We'll find it.
It's under sensitive land.
Thank you.
Near the bottom of the list.
S. For sensitive.
Where does that fit?
W.
The FEMA 2020, that one.
Okay. Yep. And it's not just one property owner that has been designated ag. There are multiple.
Sure, absolutely. I totally understand that part. Whether the property owners ask or not ask, to me, is almost irrelevant right now. Like, what's
the reason for it?
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be in decent proximity to an interchange. Why isn't it commercial?
So I don't know if that at least informs a little bit of that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Is that the property that's green?
It's
So
that huge blue area.
It's that blue area to
West
the west.
of I-15.
It's
all
ESA
underwater.
then,
It's,
not ag.
well, you can ag it.
You can ag it.
ESA, you generally, not always, but like David was saying, a hillside's going to be ESA. Wetlands are going to be ESA where you can't do much with.
And the two areas on the other side of I-15 they're kind of landlocked. There's not an easy way to access it. And it's, as far as I know, it's not currently being
I mean, I would
farmed.
prefer not going west of I-15 at all. So this is my one-off conversation for you all.
How many one-off conversations are you gonna have tonight?
I'm going to have a bunch of them. I mean, I'm poking him, Kevin, but I really appreciate him calling me out on my crap.
Maybe the best day of my life.
I know it was. I could feel it. I could feel it. You just staring at my back of my head. Yeah, not looking at him. Okay, I mean, I guess that's helpful. I disagree that should be ag. I mean,
and you can also see on the south side of the floodway, in that area, is where the future Loafer Mountain Parkway is going to be expanding, going across I-15. So that's kind of the thought process behind the different designations on the different sides, where you've got one side that has extensive floodplain and the other side that isn't as extensive, that would have better transportation network.
Sorry.
so in our current land use plan, it's not ag.
No.
Yep.
And in future, we've found something out that makes it ag. Okay. Seems inconsistent. But back to Councilmember Beck's point, like, what is this the proper transition from EDR to commercial? That's really what we're talking about, right? It's estate development through Leland into business, into commercial. Is that, do we go from estate to medium? Should we go from estate to low to medium? That's kind of Dave's point, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm. They just want to protect their property so someone doesn't come in and offer, or a neighbor just doesn't keep the density that they all want. But then that takes away their property rights. So that's why I thought I'd bring it up. I thought he had texted a lot of you guys about it, so that's why I thought I'd better bring it up again.
Okay, next general plan item.
Let's talk a little bit about west of I-15. So Shane,
no,
not at all. My thoughts are that we need some kind of a lever in here to designate that we made general plan for this, but there's no way that any of this will actually ever happen until roads are in place. Because I don't want to see, I don't think it's a good idea to put subdivisions west of I-15 until we've got good access. And my big concern is 4th North right now, because we've got a developer that wants to build west, and that's just not a good road for kids or pedestrians to get to where all their commercial base is right now. And are you going to have, kids have to ask their parents to drive them into town anytime they want to go somewhere? As kids, we never did that. We jumped on our bikes and we went into town, or we walked to school or whatever. And so until we get some until UDOT or somebody says, okay, we've done the environmental, but now at this point, okay, we're ready to pull the trigger on some spending, then I would feel more comfortable with pulling the trigger on any kind of development west of I-15. But how do you combine those in a general plan and say, this is what we're general planning, but realistically, we don't want the housing to come before the access?
I think that's in the goals.
Okay.
So that's laid out in our goals as far as
it's there a bit, but I think there needs to be more deliberate in our goals.
A little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my only concern I have with west of I-15 is making sure that we're not moving one before the other. How do you balance that to where it happens at the same time?
And I think there's some
triggers.
There's some goal statements. Kind of refer you back to, let's see. Where is it, Shane? Come on. Where did chat put this goal, Jesse? I'll find it. I think that's a place I think that we can be articulate about. We don't want development happening until infrastructure is imminent, like whatever the words you want to use.
I think those property owners that have showed us a little something now and are in discussions with it, the general plan's not giving them any false hope that I can see from the direction you as council gave them when they were here. And I think everything they've heard from staff is that's a real concern of how that connects to our community and how it's safe before anything happens. So show us how it is. Show us how you improve that. Show us how that happens, and then that's when
then we can move forward on.
Yeah, but so to take it off a map and say, well, okay, don't draw the map
anything at all. No, I don't. Yeah, I agree with the map. I think the map needs to be there, but
so maybe it's putting some language.
Yeah, how do you make the language clear for those developers that do come to the city?
And that's where the growth management boundary comes into play. It's kind of the balance between the annexation policy boundary, which is the extent of the colors, and the current boundary of the city. And then the growth boundary determines where the kind of the next step is as far as growth. If that area on the north side of 400 North is not ready infrastructurally with roads, with uses, all that, then the growth it should not be included in the growth boundary until a future date where you can revisit that topic and see if changes have been made so that the growth boundary could be included.
Yeah, I like that.
I think the goal language is on page 47.
So there's some of that. I recommended before the goals putting in a sort of a contextual paragraph that says, because we do use these goals and strategies, staff uses them in what they give us to say, here's what your goal said. Using those goals, here's what we recommend, right? And so I recommend we put in goals and strategy provide policy direction, but do not create zoning entitlements, rights, development approvals, or obligations to extend services on a particular timeline. Implementation should consider infrastructure capacity, physical sustainability, existing laws, private property rights, and other things before they move forward. So I mean, it's kind of I'm sharing the same concern, is that I think we need to be clear that this is generally how we want it to look, but that doesn't mean you can go there tomorrow.
Right.
And Dave's spot on. That's part of the growth management boundary, the whole philosophy around it. This place would be carved out of it. It would be outside the growth management boundary until we're ready, because infrastructure is ready to move into place. So, yeah.
So,
I like
if
that.
I may ask a clarifying question, and Corey mentioned this, page 47 of the document, goal 112, it says, I think what you're worrying about, and the point you're trying to make. So, goal 112, approve annexations only within the adopted growth management boundary. And so you're going to say you need to set where the boundary is, and if for the moment the boundary is not on the west side of the freeway, because what is it, number 114? No, 114. Expand the growth boundary west of the freeway when infrastructure projects are complete or underway.
Yeah.
Those two things say it's not 2026.
Yeah.
And,
that's
and in
perfect.
2 years, when nothing has changed, in 2028, it's not 2028. In 6 years, when Center Street's funded and it's under construction, that's when the council then, in this hypothetical, says, okay, yeah, we can start looking at that because projects are underway, right? It's not, I don't think it's an exact science, but it is certainly it's easy to feel. But I don't know if that goes far enough.
I feel like this does, yeah. As I read through this, I feel like, because, yeah, you can't have one without the other.
So,
and you're not going to expand the growth boundary until these major transportation parkway infrastructure projects they're not going to be underway unless if they've been funded.
Yeah. So chewing on a real, for instance, I don't know if you remember last council meeting or 2 council meetings ago, Dave Anderson said, we have an annexation that we've accepted to study, what are we calling it, the 1040 West? That is west of the freeway. It's heavy and intense. There is no new infrastructure that's in there. It clearly goes against these 2 goals.
Right.
And so if we adopt this, do we stop that? And I think it's a hard question. Maybe the answer's hard to say to somebody, but if these are the goals you have, then I think a part of the passage of this is to tell staff, tell the applicant that we don't want it, or you formally say we're going to stop the study of that, and because it doesn't meet goals 112 and 114.
Right.
And as staff, that's easy for us to say to some applicant when they say, hey, we want to come into the city. It's not ready. Here you go.
But for one that's already come in and is already
they already started the study. So their argument would be, well, we're trying to answer those questions. We're trying to get to those answers, and we want to spend the money to do a study to show you how to get to those answers. And we gave them direction. You'll go do the study and come back and talk to us.
Let us know what you've learned.
And you'll recall, they did say the one time that they've reported back, we're not talking about transportation. We're only talking about these other things. Like, let's not talk about that big, ugly gorilla that's over there.
Don't talk about the thing we need.
Yeah, let's talk about these other things, and then maybe we can talk about that later, right? And so I think they recognize that they've got an uphill battle as it relates to transportation issues west of I-15.
Right.
They are absolutely aware of these conflicts. They've been clearly made aware. And if you were to say, we're done studying that, would they be disappointed? I'm sure they would be. Would it be unexpected? I don't think so at all.
Yeah, I feel like this resolves my concern.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for calling that out.
Okay, that's 3. Keeping the tally marks here. What's next?
Let's go to our other gateway area.
Which one?
Could you be specific?
North of the hospital.
Dry Creek?
Dry Creek.
Okay, so up.
Back to page 17.
We only have there's only one gateway area, right, David?
Oh, there's 2.
Are there 2?
There's the south, and then there's the gateway.
No, we have focused growth areas, but are they gateway?
Keep going.
I thought they were.
I thought we only general planned one gateway.
That's what I thought
too
too.
far.
Looking at the map.
Part of my concern is the nomenclature of focused growth.
Yeah, I saw your.
That's it.
I read it.
I'm so lost on some of those.
Yeah, and I think David. Yeah. I think David Mann agrees. Like he's working on clarifying the use of the word focused growth area as well as gateways. That's something that's on his duty.
Yeah, and that's something that, the gateway idea was kind of started by the consultants when they were looking at places where intense development could go in the city. The confusion came with the same name being used different ways in the original document that was being proposed. So changing it to Focused Growth Center, I think the principle behind that is to kind of designate a geographic location where further study, maybe on like a small area plan type of level, can be done rather than trying to address it on the whole city like we're doing right now. So in the future, if we're going to say, let's look at this a little bit closer now that the Dry Creek interchange is going to be opening up in a few months. Things are progressing in that area. That might be a time where we want to look closer at that whole area so that it can be planned cohesively rather than just kind of piecemeal or one-off.
Did you look at me when you said one-off?
Makes sense.
You did.
Mm-hmm.
Shut up.
I was laughing at your comment, not at you.
So where can you point out, is there a map that shows this is the focused growth center that we're talking about?
the one or two?
There isn't a definitive border.
Okay.
It's kind of just a general area. Like we've got the station area, which is kind of a general location around that. We've got the Benjamin interchange where that's going to be, there's funding, there's going to be changes there. So it's kind of that general, maybe a half-mile radius on those three areas within the city.
The station and both interchanges. Okay.
Basically, all three interchanges, right?
Yeah, true.
Dry Creek, Center Street, and Benjamin.
It does sound like we're going to focus our growth there. That's not necessarily we're going to study the area to figure out what the growth pattern looks like. We're not going to focus all our growth into these three areas.
Focus some resources there.
Yeah.
Is that more of the intent?
Yeah, and the area around the Benjamin exit would be treated differently than it would be around the station.
For sure, I get the concept, and I agree with it.
So change the language because you don't want to communicate. We're going to focus growth here like a magnifying glass.
Correct.
We're going to studied growth area or something like
that. Okay. I get what you're saying, and I understand. I agree with the concept. I think part of what is the road that is going to connect? Is it Dry Creek all the way into Spanish Fork?
Yep. Yeah.
That corridor, that could be a good place to study further in a corridor level in a more granular way than from a land use general plan area. That's what you're talking about.
Exactly.
And I agree with that. I think that solves. There are some comments that we've gotten that will require further study because it's way more granular than is appropriate at this higher level. And those are the areas. Okay. I'm with you, David. Don't like the term focused. It's just
study, maybe.
I'm not married to it. We can change it
it's not
to whatever sounds better.
It's not.
His middle name's M. Michael? I hope it's Michael.
I hope so.
David?
My middle name, too.
Is it?
Yep.
Shane Michael Marshall?
My first name
It's Michael Shane, but.
Oh, okay. God, I knew I
we
liked
start
Shane.
calling you Michael then?
I won't answer.
Shane. I think you should call him M. Shane.
I prefer.
Okay, I think that's some good direction. Have you got that note that maybe that's
Took it too far.
maybe there's a better word than focus that doesn't say.
Just for the record, that's two things that I got right today.
Oh, I know. They're getting them in. They're getting them in.
I'm
barely
2 for 8.
Take a
but
win.
Still,
take a win. Those are
take
wins.
a win, dang it.
You could be a major leaguer.
Okay.
250 right now.
Good recommendation there. What?
Really good at defense.
What's next? That's number 3.
My 250 is all home runs.
What's number 4?
Also.
We probably need to address Richard and Joe's comments that we've received in the Canyon Creek area.
Yeah, let's talk about that for a little bit. Knowing that Canyon Creek Parkway is going to be rerouted, and we're going to have that new interchange, Dry Creek interchange, is going to be complete soon. Does that, we've got, right now we've got commercial, we've got gateway. Does that make sense to, gateway I know is a mix of high density and commercial. Does it make more sense to just separate them and call them out? Or are we okay if along Canyon Creek you get 4-story apartments that run right along? Because a designation doesn't mean you have to have both, right? It could be either or. Meaning if you take a gateway section and they decide to put in that gateway all high density, then that's what you get is all high density. We had a discussion that Canyon Creek Parkway is going to be a major route outside of I-15 to get north and south once it connects up through Springville. Does it make more sense to add additional commercial instead of gateway along Canyon Creek Parkway? I guess that's the question I've got.
Add more gateway instead of commercial?
No, change gateway, add more commercial directly in line, adjacent to Canyon Creek Parkway. Right now, Canyon Creek's not, I mean, I'd be curious to know from Corey or any staff what traffic patterns. I know back in the day when they first created the general plan, that was not a busy road. But I'd be curious to know even now, before the reroute, once they get the reroute, it'll become even
I'm
more
going to
busy.
send you something right now.
If we're seeing more traffic using that road currently.
I'm going to send Jack an image. I think that can address that question.
Hey, Mayor, can I take another stab at a staff-directed motion?
Let me mark that down.
Maybe move this one?
I'm keeping stab marks, too.
Just one shot, and if you just shoot me down. I would move that we direct staff to start a small area plan for the Canyon Creek, Dry Creek area so that we can talk about that in detail in that context.
Yeah, I would support that.
Is that a second to my motion?
I would support that. Tell me the location again.
Canyon Creek and Dry Creek. I'm not sure exactly what the...
I just call it all Canyon Creek.
Okay, call it all Canyon Creek.
Canyon Creek area.
I think...
That's what it is in this document.
This, I think, needs a bigger discussion.
I think we need to drill down right there and really study that. I think Richard came with some really good information about what that that may be over there.
Yeah,
and
we don't want to miss.
We can't miss the boat.
No.
We can't. This is an interchange that's developing right now. And so my motion would be to direct staff to start a small area study for that particular area.
Yeah, I
think that's great.
Even if we approve the general
Even if we approve it
plan,
as
then
is.
we can, okay. So
It
we
would
can
be,
approve it. Yes.
once that's approved, we would do that.
Okay.
Defining it from, say, Highway 6 to Dry Creek Parkway, I-15 to Highway 51?
Yeah, I would even say the old Springville Highway.
Yep.
Yeah, Highway 51.
Whatever's in city boundary.
Yeah, okay.
That's a yes for me?
That's a yes. Well done. I love that one.
300.
I love it.
A motion direction from Shane, seconded by
Dale Murphy.
Councilman Euler.
Where are you going?
All in favor say yes?
Yes.
It's not a resolution or anything, it's just direction.
Okay.
Those were the things I wanted.
Richard, if I were you, I would go home now. Like, get out, run, go to bed, fast.
No, but they have really clear direction from us that we want to hone in on that,
Soon.
like pronto.
I don't think you got to worry about the general plan being adopted tonight.
He's talking about, he wants to talk about this area before we adopt it.
Right. Yeah, and I'm fine with that. Try and get it all done at once because that's a big area. So to try and then change after the fact might be a little more difficult. So it depends on timing. If we can get that soon, but I don't know how much time staff would need, and we would need to meet with them. Yeah, it might be difficult.
I think that just goes to support the whole principle behind the general plan is that it can change. So we can do that small area study, and then we can change the land use designations in that area based on that study.
Pretty quickly.
And I think if that's not quick enough for Richard, make a proposal specific to your site, and let's have that conversation as a one-off.
Yeah, you always have that
Absolutely.
application possibility. Right? Yeah.
Both.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
No, not tonight.
Through the community development process.
Community development.
So I think what you're describing is a general plan amendment application.
Yep. If you want us to move quicker, that's your prerogative.
But you're talking about the general plan amendment on his property, not the whole gateway.
Correct.
Yeah. So don't worry about
The line with Shane. So weird.
the miles.
So yeah, we've got
You're-
two different things. His property, but in general, I'm more concerned about.
I'm with you too.
That.
Generally, I think we need to get the general area correct.
Yeah.
And if that's not fast enough, then I think he needs to come back with a general plan amendment.
Perfect.
It does. What we do there would influence what you asked for down there. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Deal. Yeah, that's.
Sorry, Richard. They want your words on the record that you're going to make an application as soon as you can to the development department.
I think we got it.
Richard Mendenhall.
Yeah, the other Mendenhall.
I got you.
Yeah, we'll get something in the morning.
Thank you, Richard.
We just real quick discussion. So we all got an email recently. The council got an email recently about the station, Front Runner Station. So we've got a station area that's also west of I-15. So I guess the question I've got, and I don't have, I'm not trying to say one way or another, but the question was brought up: does Spanish Fork even want or need a station? So that was the question that was brought up. I feel like we ought to at least discuss it. I know we've had discussions about possibly trying to get it in a different location and move it up in this area that we're looking at here. Shane, I don't know if you've had any opportunity at this point to talk to Springville?
Nope.
Okay.
One very brief conversation 18 months ago, maybe, Mike?
Mm-hmm.
And it was not well received at the time.
Okay.
Yeah, in my opinion, from what I've, and you guys can chime into what you've felt around your discussions there, but I think it would be short-sighted for us to just say, okay, so Springville's not going to move theirs south closer to maybe some stuff that we think would be good, and because it might not be good for them. They've been planning for it in a different place,
sure,
and have made some plans around it, so you can't fault them for that. But I think it would be short-sighted for us, for our residents, to say then it doesn't belong here. Have one in Payson. I think.
So let me be the devil's advocate. If I'm a resident that doesn't want a station, help me or explain to me why that's good for Spanish Fork to have a station. Why do we need one in Spanish Fork? How do we as residents benefit from that?
Well, a couple different ways. The way I've explained it to some people is, who do you know that goes over to Provo and rides up to Salt Lake or Lehigh now on the train? Do you know anybody? I know some of your neighbors that do. I know some of my neighbors that do. So they currently get on the freeway early in the morning, drive over to Provo to do that.
I work at New Skin, and I know employees and coworkers that ride the train to get to work in Provo because there's a stop there.
No,
you can't do that from here.
From the north.
From the north.
Yeah, so they're
come
coming
from
down.
the north, coming down to go to work. Yes.
I think the simplest answer I could give, I think, is the number one survey problem we had was traffic.
Always.
Right? And I think a big chunk of that discontent is US 6. A station, access to transit, whether it's a station or light rail, whatever it is, access to transit will alleviate some of that congestion. So you're going to get people on a mass transit system out of their cars, whether they walk or bike to it, and alleviate some congestion. We're not going to build enough highways to satisfy the demand that is going to be in South Utah County. We need an alternative to that, and that's transit.
So let me ask another question. And this is a good one.
From a highway guy.
This is a good one for you, because you are a highway guy.
I would expect he was going to do something a little more green than that.
Who pays for UTA? How do they get funding to build a station? Where does that funding come from? The taxpayers?
Mm-hmm.
Only the taxpayers that live adjacent to the UTA Front Runner station, right?
No. All of Utah.
And so, as a resident right now, I'm paying
quarter.
No.
So as a resident, I don't know how long Front Runner's been around, but I've paid for Front Runner, but I don't have access to Front Runner. So how is that fair to me?
You got 4 or 5 buses.
Right.
I think they're a full percent.
And so by having a station in your city, you're actually benefiting from taxes that you've paid for years.
For sure.
For UTA, right?
For sure.
So one other way to look at it.
I'd have to look, but I think in Spanish Fork there's a decent, maybe a full percent and maybe 1.25% to 1.5% of our sales tax goes there. I can find it, but not this quickly. It's a decent amount, and it's across all of.
So we could have a nice bus route, and Springville could have their station, and Payson could have their station, and we in Spanish Fork can subsidize those stations and keep our bus route.
Yeah.
But in reality, we're paying for it.
Yeah.
Why not have it?
Yeah, and in maybe terms of numbers, in Spanish Fork, we get a little bit less than 1% in sales tax. There's 1% that's allocated, but we don't, because of the way the formula works, we don't get the full percent. And actually, getting less than a full percent is a good thing. I can explain that later, but you just have to trust me. A full percent equals in Spanish Fork about $15 million a year. So we're sending to UTA that amount, probably a little bit more, for the services that we are or are not getting. So to your point, maybe to put a dollar amount to what that maybe looks like, it's a decent chunk of money.
Yeah, it's a good amount.
I think also to remind our residents that in the next, 30 years, our county is expected to double. And a lot of that's going to have to be South County. I don't think people are just going to be thinking, oh, let's go north, also going south. But we're going to need
For transit.
Primarily
down
down here, won't it? I mean, you think about here from south, right? The cities that are growing, and that's what primarily I think the focus of where that's going to go.
Yeah, I think it's also important to note that that front runner stop, wherever it is, whether it's north or center or south, wherever it might be, the impetus of putting a stop there isn't because of our station area plan. That's not what's driving the need for a station in Spanish Fork.
Good point.
The transportation in South Utah County at large is driving the need for transit. So it's not because we did a plan or didn't do a plan. It's because there is a need for it. Yep. Also, there probably is a higher need today for one in Payson because they have access to it. They have developed way too far in advance, right? And they need it. So there is a decent chance that we don't have one for a little bit of time because we'll grow into it. And when in fact it makes sense, then we will have a station. But
I start to think of the work that has been put in for employment, places of employment in South Utah County has centered in our city. Mm-hmm. Yes, there's probably ahead of our game around the freeway, more living in other communities, but the employment, we've been the place where that is. And to your point, people taking the train south to get to employment, there's going to be a time where if, we're always worried about what am I going to hit going north on I-15, but you're hitting traffic south on I-15 now. All those people getting home. And those people, getting home, but the next phase of this is the employment that we've nurtured and grown, and I would say, made the investments to grow. Are not just going to be people right in our community working either. We hope that's most of it, but you're going to have people, I think, commuting into our city that didn't before.
Yep. So I guess go ahead. You can say something.
So I ran into our friend Eric, the school teacher up at the junior high, and he's like, I watched city council, and what you said about moving the station north makes no sense at all to me, Shane. What are you thinking? That was a good question, because it sounds sort of odd for me to be saying I would like to see it moved. Because from a transportation specific only, it makes probably a ton of sense at center. My point to him is, from a pragmatic approach, the lift to get a station at Center Street is so great financially that it's going to be a very long time before we can take advantage of what you just talked about, Kevin, our contribution to the system. And the lift to put it on the north end is much, much smaller. Much, much smaller. And we have active development talks on the north end that can accommodate and could use that station to help that development thrive. So yes, it may not be the perfect location, but it happens quicker. It's in a good location with great access. And it's like, okay, I get it. As long as you can get me there on a bike, that'll be fine.
Which I love about.
And that's legit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I love about the current location is you could easily tie into our trail system.
Yep.
Very easily.
And that was his point, is that it's way easier to get to it on Center Street than it is on the north end of town. Okay, let's solve the bike problem, which is a much smaller lift than a $150 million interchange.
Right. So I guess my next thought would be then if UTA is designating a need, if they're saying there is or will be a need at some point in the future, it could be 20 years from now, right? We don't know. But if they're designating a need and they're saying it will happen eventually, what do we as a city then do to make sure that wherever that location ends up being is the most successful for a station, right? And I think that's the reason behind the station area plan.
I agree with that completely. My only pushback is until they make a decision where it goes, it's still speculative. They're going to make one.
Right.
And then once they do, we have an obligation to plan around it for sure.
Right. So similar to our whole west of I-15 discussion, right?
Yep.
How do you tie those two together?
Yep.
But they've spent, hasn't our taxpayer dollars been spent quite a bit studying a Center Street interchange?
They have. Mm-hmm.
Buying some property, buying some right-of-way?
For the Center Street interchange, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
for the station location, no.
But then they're really three separate things. You could get the Center Street interchange, but still not have a station.
The Center Street interchange is not dependent on the station.
It's not. And so if you've designated a certain piece of ground in our general plan as a station, and we get the Center Street interchange, which now says, okay, now we've got the access west of I-15, let's move forward with development. But we've designated a station area which is super high density, but then what if that station doesn't end up being where we've designated?
Mm-hmm.
That's another council, another day.
Yeah, I think we can only do that's way closer to.
Wow, that works.
In there now, yeah.
We can only do our best, right?
Right.
And I think that I think the work that has been done on the station area plan itself is portable, depending on the location. It's not that hard to take what they've done from a conceptual standpoint and move it to the place that UTA finally designates. So I don't think any of that's lost. Okay. And I think that the Center Street interchange is absolutely needed to help with our Main Street problem, right? My point of all this is, I did a ton of work up in Davis County, and there were cities up along in the entire section of I-15 that said, we want this or we want that or do this or do that. And their city council said, we know, we understand that it's not our decision to make. We get that. It's the state of Utah. You're going to make the decision. Here is a document that we said, this is the direction we want you to go. If you can accommodate it, perfect. If you can't, we understand, but we're going to direct you to do something. You study it, you tell us you can't or you can. We have not done that. I would like for us to do that to UTA, to say, we've looked at it, we've studied this enough, we want you to go here, here, here. Focus on it and move forward. They haven't even started the environmental work, right? It's all been planning to this point. There's tons of work to do. But if we're comfortable, if we're all good at center, I understand that completely, but let's articulate that to the people, to the decision makers, so that they know what to focus on. Or tell us why they can't somewhere else.
Right. Yeah.
And force them, like this, I get there, it's too close, I understand that, and there'll be people that I'll get an email tomorrow saying it's too close, doesn't make sense, and I get that. The train's not going to be going 70 miles an hour from Springville to Spanish Fork, regardless of it's at the north end or Center Street. It's not going to. So it's going to slow down. It's got to stop somewhere. Why not stop in 5 years instead of 25 years or 20 years? Why not access that opportunity sooner and let us develop around it in a way that makes a ton of sense today?
Because they'll tell you they don't. When are they going to buy that land? After you develop around it, or are they going to buy it as
for sure
as a farm field?
And do they have the money? Are they going to do Springville's and ours and be like, yeah, we just have enough money to do both?
More than likely, they'll go to FTA and say, we want a line from Payson to Spanish, or from Provo to Payson, and there's 3 stops along the way. That would be the goal. If they move forward today, there would not be a stop at Center Street. It would not get constructed. There's no way to get to it. Period.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So we would be out, access, until such time that the interchange was built, and then they put the station in.
Yeah. Which is, I think, why some of our planning documents are saying, "Hey, boy, this is where it would go if that was to happen." But it's the chicken and the egg argument.
100%. Yeah. I don't know. This one's tough.
Nothing concrete change. Again, I think that's a future discussion in the general plan when the general plan changes, and and we get more clarity on a few different things there. Okay. We've made a couple of directions. Any more directions that people have burning in their bosom?
I think I'm done.
I think we've got
shared everything I had on my list.
Questions? Do you have any questions for us, David, of what we've discussed?
I think going back to the first motion that was made about the map, is there specific text or narrative that you would want to include that isn't already in the document, or that would further explain the purpose behind that map?
I think the text would be simply just identifying what the map is, and that it's taking the maps from whatever exhibit and this one and putting them together so that you can see the overlay.
It would seem that the person that made the motion could come up with some generic text for you.
But he also gets paid to do that, so. ChatGPT does it for you, so.
Just do the same thing, dude.
But does that make sense?
Idea.
It's not anything too elaborate. Yeah.
Just words that describe the picture.
Correct. Of what you're looking at.
Yeah,
correct.
Words.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, David.
I like that one. Can I ask one more question on page 9? Can you pull up page 9? Just check.
Yeah. Did you please check that?
I did. Just check.
Yeah.
Put the hands up.
Did you not?
I forgot. Nervous. Is that map in the key takeaways? David MM, can we go up a little bit in the little gray box? In that key takeaway, can we acknowledge the growth boundary in that takeaway? So if we continue forward with the growth boundary concept, there will be places on the map below that are outside of the growth boundary, right? And so yes, while they are vacant, we have no intentions of right now growing within those areas. That's the only, that's it, just to put the full context on what's actually available.
What page?
9. It's right there.
Yeah.
The takeaway from this whole section is these are the areas within the city that are big and could be filled up with homes or whatever. That's fair. It leaves out the fact that we have some policy decisions that we've made prior with the growth boundary that we're not ready to go there. And all I'm saying is, can we acknowledge that?
Yeah, and I think
just one more bullet in the key takeaway.
Yeah, and I think that's the intent, because shortly after this is where it goes into the growth boundary and ag protection.
Right.
And
yep, we get there.
There's
merely, more to come.
Yeah, I think the intent behind this was merely just to point out that in order to have a well-designed development, something that isn't just trying to make it fit within a smaller or an odd-shaped property or something that has other things, that these are the large-scale good opportunities that in the next 10, 20, 30 years, when we're talking development, this is where we can really focus and have a quality design rather than more of an infill, make it work kind of situation.
Sure. I get what you're trying to accomplish. You're saying here's what's left, big picture, which then focuses a future developer into those areas. Next page is future developer. don't come to these areas, which some of them are great in this map. So it's a little contradictory. I think maybe it might be just in that paragraph that with so few large sites available, just take that out. These aren't necessarily available. Like, these are the opportunities. Maybe just frame it in a way of, here are the opportunities. They're not available for anybody, but here are the opportunities that are left.
I really understand the concern you're expressing. I feel like
there's a butt coming.
There is a big one. I think we take it out. I think we just delete page 9. Page 9, I think, David, you wrote it, so tell me if I'm interpreting right. Page 9, I think, is meant to direct you, not the developer. And if it's causing confusion, that's an unnecessary cloud. It's meant to tell you, hey guys, when you see one of these parcels come to you, take special care because it's 20 acres and you can do something special there. You can do mixed use, you can do complete neighborhood, you can do lots of things there because it's 20. But when farmer stops farming and it's 5 acres, or I've got a 2-acre lot that I want to subdivide, right? These little 1 and 2 acre types, 5 acre types, those just happen because all I can do is one road, 3 cul-de-sacs off of it, and I get kind of a lame development. That's terrible. I don't mean it like that. It's 10:30, the filter's dying. But this is more to direct you, like, hey, when you see something, these are so special because they're 20 acres. When you see one of these, really do something good here. It's meant to direct you, not focus people, go here.
Gotcha.
So if it's doing that, I think we take it out because it's not wanting to do that. Is that, how'd I do?
Yeah, and I think this page could even be distilled into one strategy. It could just be, if the growth boundary expands to include properties that are large scale, to take, to kind of point the council into making a decision that is quality.
I'm totally fine with that.
So it's something
I could
that's
behind
more
that
in the
for
future.
Sure. I
more
like
of a
that
future strategy rather than
if a 20,
putting it
if
in
a
black
10,
and
20
white.
acre parcel becomes available, take advantage of it.
Right.
That's what you're saying.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I like that.
That's
I like
all
the
we're trying to say.
strategy. I like
So
that
if
better.
it's confusing,
A little
we can word
confusing
it
to me.
differently. If it
Just take it out and put it as a strategy, a one-line strategy.
Okay, great. I'm totally fine with that because that takes away a page. Good thing, and
makes confusion for me.
It's not confusing. I don't want that confusion. You've expressed that a couple times, and we're not hitting the mark, so I don't like that.
Okay,
that's 3, Shane.
No, it's 4.
Oh, it's 4.
Let me ask: do any of you agree with that, or is it just 1?
That's fine.
Got 2.
Just shake your heads.
We don't want him confused. Help him out.
Thank you. You're the best, all of you. All right, I'll call it a night.
We'll make that a strategy.
Page 9 is strategy. You got that note?
Motion. Okay.
So I have 3 takeaways. Can I just review these?
Yep.
I have 3 takeaways. Add a map, general plan, and APA. That first one. Second one is you want to have a focused study on the Dry Creek area. And the third one is remove page 9, add it as a strategy goal instead.
Sounds like you're trying to make sure you have enough syllables there.
I just wrote it as I was talking. I got the 3 that you specifically acted on and with this last suggestion. There were others you discussed, but I heard the discussions kind of die on the vine, and so I didn't note them. How did I do?
That's
right. Good. Are we going to leave?
I would add the focused growth center.
I missed that.
Yeah.
Is that what you just said?
I wrote that one down.
Isn't that the station area plan?
No. It was just defining focused growth centers.
FGC. Yeah. Not at Center Street.
Yeah.
Right.
Focused growth centers. Clarify focused growth
Changing
centers.
the wording, whatever you have to do there.
Clarify.
Because it's confusing.
Are you guys all good with that?
Yeah.
Okay,
like a
clarify
study
focused
area
growth
rather than
centers.
That study area.
Okay. Yeah, something like that. You got that one, David? Okay. Vaughn, how you doing over there?
A little nervous.
My tailbone. Not that.
Moving.
I'm talking legal. I mean, we all want a bio break, but
Okay with it. He's okay with it.
We also want to just go home, right?
Okay.
We need to make a motion.
There you go.
you don't need to table it, but you can table it.
Can you
It can
table it, or just we've had a public
it can be
hearing
done.
on it?
Yeah.
We
We'll
can
just bring
just
it
say
back.
we gave that direction.
Leave it then.
And
Let's
not
go.
have
Move
to
on.
table it, and have you guys come back to us at our next meeting with some of those adjustments. And I would say, feel free to communicate those to us before then, we can
We'll work on these and try to get them out as soon as we can.
culminate it in a 2-week.
David
session.
is-
maybe the first time we see this stuff either, right?
David M. Mann is smiling. Tomorrow is a good day.
I'm already thinking about how this can be changed.
Yeah, look at it.
Somebody said his love language a few hours ago when you said something about, look, you're going to hyper study this area. I mean, he just lit up. You're going to Disneyland for Harrison. He's going to Disneyland tomorrow.
Yeah. He likes it.
Hopefully, David
you,
G.
David.
Anderson's still not watching from Tennessee.
Yeah, David M. and David
Is
G.
he really?
Yeah,
He
for
needs
sure
to go
he
to
is.
bed.
He fell asleep at some point.
It's like getting excited about wastewater treatment, right, Shane?
Yeah.
He's just liking it because the
So
Yankees
much
won again.
easier.
The side of the
You're all
dais. The
passionate.
side of the dais is just
We have
passionate about
A
weird things.
mathematical equation to change poop into water. That's a much better conversation.
Are we okay that the growth management boundary amendment is that dealing with the same thing that we've been discussing, or are we talking about a different thing there?
Yeah, I think we talked briefly about the 1050 annexation specifically as kind of something that there was some uncertainty about whether or not it should be included in the growth boundary, but that's something that we can probably bring up again once these other changes are addressed.
Oh, but this is a separate ordinance that I've got, right, on item D, item F. Okay, I'm seeing this.
So, Mayor, it is a separate ordinance. If you guys want to discuss and act on that today, or if you want to take it step 1, step 2 again in a future conversation, I think as staff we're fine either way.
I personally think we wait just because it's got the addition of the 1040 West annexation or whatever.
Yeah, and in the meantime, I think it would be great for us if you guys give serious consideration to, I think it brings it into the growth management boundary, right?
It does.
And do you want that? And if you specifically want it out?
Well,
we just need that direction.
There's two pending annexations that are
Right.
included in the growth boundary. So if
That we've had
if we
public
don't want to
hearings on.
include them,
No, I don't think we've had.
I think they both
We've just
just
had
gone for
studies.
study.
Yeah, we've just had.
Is that where? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm mixing the two up.
LBA.
And we're letting the
Jordan?
9th South just kind of fizzle out. No strong feelings one way or another on that.
Reader's Digest.
I think to the same point that we talked about with that caught me off guard because it's quiet in
No
here,
good
or
decisions
Travis
made
is
after
turning things up on us. I think that if they really feel passionately about it, do the one-off and ask for a change in the general plan there. Because the problem is we have seen stuff in that area recently, and we would be changing a general plan potentially on what they've shown us. Whether or not that's a deal breaker or not, I think that it would be
They can
worth having that
approach us.
conversation if they really do care that much.
As a group or
Yeah,
individually.
either way.
Okay.
Yeah, and
That's my opinion.
And I want to acknowledge like some of their concerns. I drive the street in front of their home. I know what
Yeah.
you're talking about. So I mean, without some improvement on that road and adding homes there is tough. So I sympathize with what they're looking at. I just think we could get some of that with. I don't think it's a binary choice. I think we can get some of that improvement with some development down there too. That I think we'd want to see. Yeah, some sidewalks, some little bit bigger street stuff. Then yeah.
For me, we're dang close, and I don't want to. There's not another motion to make. There's not anything else. But I think Woodhouse's point, I think, is legit. I would be very fine if it was low density there. I'm totally fine with that. There are some map tweaks that I would want to talk about at some future date, and one of them is the ag on the west side of I-15. I think that's not, in my head, not fully resolved why there's a big patch of what could be very prime real estate in ag. However, it's a living document too, and I think that we can, when any one of us says, you know what I want to talk about in 2 weeks is this, and let's bring it forward and talk about it. And it'll be probably a more productive conversation as the one-off.
I think the rules say that two of us have to want to talk about it, not just one of us.
Well,
but
if Stacy calls and says I want to talk about it, I'm saying yes, no matter what it is.
but if you call and say it,
That's fine with me. You guys don't have to agree with me. I don't care. But I'm going to agree with Stacy on the conversation. Disagree with her on the resolution.
The concept.
but it's I think we need to be, and I think for those that, aren't comfortable with this plan going forward, need to know that at any point, if they want to come and say, here's the reason I think you messed up, we will listen to them.
Yeah, 100%.
Right? And have a conversation around that.
I think I've said it, but 13 years, I think it's 13 times it's been amended, so it's not.
Yep.
It's not.
It's changed all the time.
It's not. Yeah.
And at some point, I'm going to have an argument against the argument that Kevin had for me today on the one-off, because I don't know how to avoid it now.
Yeah. Right. Yep.
I hate doing it one-off, absolutely. That's why I like the stop smiling over there, David. Stop it. I like the smaller area plan over there because it could feel one-offish if we don't do something.
I agree.
Yeah. But there's a decent conversation to have at a small area around Benjamin. Like, how far do we go with commercial to the north?
Right.
And what does that blend into? So there's still some things to talk about that are just too granular at this level.
And there's some plans that are coming forward about that area, right?
So
We're having these conversations earlier.
Yeah, when a
than
plan
we
comes
think.
forward, be like, all right, this is what we get. We need to talk about this from a general plan perspective. So,
Amen.
It's not dead.
Okay, so F, did we want to
Move on.
just move on? Leave it there too. No reason to table. Do we need to anybody need to take a break before we go RDA?
Let's get these last ones done.
Oh, I thought we were done. I thought we were seriously going home.
RDA consent item.
We adjourn to RDA, right?
Yep, I would entertain a motion to adjourn to RDA.
So moved.
Motion made by Director Carden, second by Director Euler. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
We're in redevelopment agency.
I move that we approve the minutes from last RDA.
Motion made by Director Carden,
Second.
second by Director Beck. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Minutes are approved. Jordan's
Jack, can you pull up the slide?
Jordan's been waiting all night for the second
I thought
take
Jack
of
was
this.
going to be ready to go.
He fell asleep
Gotta wake
over
him
there.
up.
He was lulled to sleep by all that.
We're at the RDA.
You guys sound so official.
Around slide 23.
Did you just make that up?
That's the wrong slides.
No, you are directors.
Yeah.
Look what she made for me.
I think it was slide 23.
You're gonna do that?
Somewhere in that neck of the woods. RDA, so we got to go back, I think. There we go.
Where's that in town?
I don't know where that is. It looks dilapidated, though,
That
which
looks
is
like
the
a James
purpose
Bond.
of redevelopment agencies, is to provide funding sources to redevelop distressed or underutilized properties. So we have multiple different project areas in our RDA. The North Industrial Project area is located near the airport. There's some funds remaining in that fund or in that project area. Final expenses in FY27 for contracted work by a developer will clean out the remaining $200,000 of funds in that. Sierra Bonita is the name of the RDA area for the Young Living expansion. This RDA expires in this upcoming fiscal year 2027. The budget for that is $275,000, and then Corona is the name of the Canyon Creek RDA area. This year, we made payment 2 of 10 in incentives to Target. So FY27 will be the third of 10. Any questions on any of these project areas and what's happening with them?
What's the negative on Sierra Bonita?
On Sierra Bonita?
Yeah, why is it negative 45?
The agreement there is that they get a portion of the property taxes back.
Down 45?
Yeah, property taxes are a function of real property, meaning building and land, but also personal property, such as equipment. And sometimes that equipment can depreciate, and you actually get
It's
less
just the difference
property.
from 1 year to the next.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's difference.
My bad.
Yeah.
Read the.
But most of the time you see it generally increases. One thing with Young Living is part of the agreement for them to get some of those tax dollars back is that they need to meet their certain job requirements, and they didn't meet those last year, and I don't believe they submitted anything this year. So right now they're not in meeting those requirements.
Right. I remember discussing that.
Yeah, so that's why the expense in fiscal 25 was lower.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any other questions on
questions
this?
for Jordan about RDA?
We'll have this will follow the same timeline as the city's budget, so we'll have a public hearing on this June 2nd.
So is there a need for a motion here?
I believe we still need to approve a tentative budget, is that correct?
And set the hearing.
And set the hearing. Okay. If there's no other questions, I'd entertain a motion to adopt a tentative budget for the RDAs and set a public hearing.
I move to adopt the RDA consent item and move to public hearing, was it?
On June 6th.
On June 6th?
Second, my bad.
June 2nd.
June 2nd? On June 2nd.
I wasn't seconding the motion.
Not a
June 2nd.
June 2nd.
It wasn't a consent item.
Right in now.
Tentative budget.
Later for second. Okay. Motion made by Councilman Took.
Yeah, it's not a consent item though, right?
Manager.
I would just make the motion that I'm not seeing the language
I
there,
think I
but
said that incorrectly.
I'd make the motion that we approve the tentative budget for the RDA. Oh, excuse me. She found it.
Maybe
What did I do? Get locked out? I did get
logged me out too. I just had logged
So sorry. Yeah.
You're good.
Okay. I can try again.
Do you want me to read?
You can
or
read
you
it.
have it now?
You got it?
It's a lot. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Under new business.
Perfect.
Okay. So, let's see here. Jesse, it's this one here, right?
Yep, it's RDA.
Okay. I move to adopt the redevelopment agency fiscal year 2027 tentative budget and to set a public hearing for June 2nd, 2026 at 6 o'clock p.m. during the city council meeting to consider adoption of the final budget.
Perfect. Motion made by Councilman Took. The Director Took, sorry. Second by Director Carden. A roll call vote here. Director Took.
Yes.
Director Carden.
Yes.
Director Euler.
Yes.
Director Beck.
Yes.
And Director Marshall.
Yes.
You can vote on this one too, I think, can't you? Director?
Chairperson.
Probably not.
Chairperson.
So yes is the chair, and you can
His vote
keep it
wouldn't have
legal. Yeah, matters. Okay, I'd entertain a motion to go out of RDA.
I move that we adjourn to LBA.
Motion made by Director Carden,
Second.
seconded by Director Beck to go into LBA. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Trustee Carden.
I move that we approve the LBA consent items.
Motion made by Trustee Carden,
Second.
seconded by Trustee Took. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
All right, let's talk tentative budget for the LBA. So this fund accounts for city buildings that are built with the building serving as the collateral on the debt. The building we are in, Library Hall, was built this way, and the new SFCN building was also built this way and funded this way. In FY 2027, we have budgeted to make debt payments on those two existing buildings, and also it is the current budget proposes to issue debt in FY 2027 for the construction of Fire Station 61 rebuild, which we had a groundbreaking for last week, and a Public Works building is proposed as well. All right. Fire Station 61 rebuild, estimated opening in late fall 2027, constructed out of this LBA fund. Debt will be repaid with a combination of public safety impact fees and capital project funding sources. And then the proposed Public Works building, this project has not yet been approved by yourselves. The architect and CMGC are working on preliminary drawings and cost estimates. And debt, if we move forward, will be repaid by impact fees and utility revenues. Any questions on the LBA tentative budget?
I think it'd be helpful to add emphasis to the point that the budget would have the numbers, but no dollars behind it. And so the actions would come on the fire station, that decision has been made a couple of weeks ago. For the Public Works building, that decision is forthcoming. So and if you approve the budget and eventually we enact the budget as we've outlined here, then you don't have to make a budget amendment if or when you approve it. If you never approve the project and you never approve the bonding for it, then it will never happen. Maybe in line with this, we would, I think we're proposing either next council meeting or one more in June, we would bring a parameters resolution that would outline the structure of how a bond could look. And that would give us the clarity that if you decide that we could bond for both the Public Works and fire station, or just the fire station, if you don't decide to do the Public Works building. One of the mechanisms that we're working on with Jonathan is actually not just that you approve with the GMP, but also that there is maybe some signatures or something like that of, typically it's the mayor and the city manager and the finance director, and that we have maybe the mayor, those three plus maybe one of the council members. So there's just an extra step in check that we don't execute the bond until we're done. Just a couple of belt and suspenders types of things, but it allows us to have that clarity that if we decide to go, we can go quickly. There may be a reason that we say, "Ooh, we want to go now because rates have really dipped and we think they're going to come up." Right? It just gives us a lot of flexibility. So we will propose to do that next, either next council meeting or the one after that. But just like we've talked in Midway and we reviewed in March, no decision is made no decision has been made until you say that decision has been made, and either you do it whenever you do it, or you do it at least when you approve the GMP. How did I do with that? Is that clear?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay-ish.
It's 10:30.
Okay, if there's no other questions there, I'd entertain a motion to approve the Local Building Authority fiscal year 2027 tentative budget.
Remember that.
Disappointing.
I move to approve the Local Building Authority fiscal year 2027 tentative budget and to set a public hearing for June 2nd at 6 p.m. during the City Council meeting to consider adoption of the final budget.
Motion made by Trustee Euler.
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Marshall in an encouraging way. Roll call vote here. Trustee Marshall.
Yes.
Vice Chair Beck.
Yes.
Trustee Euler.
Yes.
Trustee Cardin.
Yes.
And Trustee Took.
Yes.
That passes. I would entertain a motion to reconvene to City Council.
So moved.
Motion made by Trustee Cardin, seconded by Trustee Euler. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
We're back to normal council people in council meeting. Any other items that need to be brought up here?
Sure, why not go another hour?
Yeah.
I move that we adjourn.
Motion made by Councilman Cardin,
Second.
second by Councilwoman Beck to adjourn council meeting. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
We're adjourned. Thank you everybody for coming.